Don't push back. 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 Contents under pressure. Contents under pressure. Huh? Content under pressure. You can shake it anyway. Well, you can shake it anyway. Oh. Well, you can shake it anyway. Oh. Well, you can shake it anyway. Push back. Don't push back. Don't push back. Don't push. That's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Yeah, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't push. You can shake it anyway. Oh, love. Oh. You can shake it anyway. Oh. Don't push back.
1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2. 1, 2. Three, 4. Oh, really? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so yes, but I think that's not a disaster. Okay, so that's interesting. So anything further than this line here, and you cannot see shit. Straight in the eyes. No. But yeah, it's definitely good having a microphone back in hand and being ready to stand in front of people and talk again, because I've not done this for a while. Which is no. Test. So, okay. I've not used one of these before, so this is unusual. So, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. When I'm standing here and talking, I think everyone can hear me, which is nice. And I can use both my hands, so I can really do an Eddie Izzard impression if I really have to. So this is me talking. I'm John Spriggs, as you may or may not know. I've been here before for quite a few of these. Ooh, that's a bit weird. That was deliberate. Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you very much for that. That's really helpful. And I really like being able to assist members of the community in everything that they do, especially to make me feel really awkward and weird about how my voice sounds, which I love. I just love it. It's brilliant, fantastic. In fact, I would go beyond that and say that what I really love is standing in front of people and making an absolute fool of myself, which is, you know,
he wants to stand here, the audio quality won't be amazing, but they can. Lecton mic, 1, 2, hello. That was not loud on the live stream at all. Right, that is cranked as loud as it will go on the live stream, so hopefully that's going to be okay when it eventually catches up.
guess all that I do was easy to use. So call my time, but you weren't really mine, just something to do. Thought I never knew. No surprise, but nevertheless, I'm still stuck in self-defense. No surprise, but nevertheless, I get heaven. Heart size of the Amazon, hand steady, hair long, holding fire in her hands. She starts to dance. Oh, mystical, magical, beautiful queen of the night. Ooh, Shiva by her side. I know that's right. Ah, look out, make way, tear it up. Don't play, cut it off, grow back, throw it back. Hole in the stands, tell me who can send it like that. Ooh, who's gonna stop me from giving my all? No way. Pull on my heartstrings and answer the call. Okay. Sun rise up, then she taking it down. Fantana, 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 Fantana.
Good morning, everyone. Oh. So, thanks for, glad you made it. And just to start off the day, just to get out the system, Oggy. And that concludes OggCamp 2026. Thanks for coming. But anyway, on with the day. So, just a quick bit of housekeeping conduct. If you don't feel well, go home. If you want masks or lateral flow tests, they are available. Just hunt down a member of the crew. If there's any issues, give one of the crew a shout. And if there is an emergency or you need contact for a situation, that is the number, and it will also be on the website. So photography on the day, you're welcome to take pictures, but just keep in mind, not everyone wants to be front and center on the internet or wherever. So if someone has an orange sticker, just try keep them out of the pictures, and they are available just outside of reception. Similarly, don't be live streaming. We've got that covered, and just check before you upload any pictures with anyone right in the middle. So this is the pendulum. We are in the pendulum suite, which is just in the middle, and the unconference tracks will be in Graphene 1 and 2, which you can see just down the mysterious corridor. And we'll have some lovely exhibitors, merch, and the famous swap shop in the Pioneer Room. That is another view that might make a bit more sense. So, OggCamp is an unconference. Is there anyone here who this is their first OggCamp? Quite a few. Well, welcome. So if you're not the most familiar, an unconference is, well, as it says, most of the talks this weekend still yet to be scheduled. We do have a wonderful scheduled track coming up, but maybe it's your time to shine. Share the passion that you have, or whatever comes to mind. There's been quite a wide range of talks before. So in the Pioneer Room, we have the OggCamp grid. Grab a post-it note and pop down your idea. Let people have a little look and vote on them, and then they will begin at 11:30. So remember to check back, see if your talk has been scheduled, and get out there and sharing. We'll also have some lightning talks. They will be at the Octopus NG's Kraken site. If you email your slides to Gary at ogg.camp by 12 and meet in the foyer about 12-ish, and it's not too far. I think it's just around the corner or across the road in the vicinity. And as usual, we have merch. We have mugs to drink your coffee, t-shirts to wear, and some vintage OggCamp merch from 2019, an excellent year, and 2024. And there's some very small, these are not to scale, the mugs and t-shirts are a little bit bigger than that. And the swap shop makes a return. So bring anything that you think might be of interest. Please no orphan saucers. If it lets out magic smoke, keep it in. Anything that's not a CRT, not an old mainframe, but if you think it could have another lease of life elsewhere. So we have the famous OggCamp raffle. Tickets available, £1, and all proceeds go to the OggCamp Fund. We have quite a nice array of prizes up for grabs, including a Ryzen mini PC, an AI translator, correct response, some Baofeng radios, and some assorted security cameras of various wireless frequencies. So some social activities. We have the Open Rights Group are sponsoring a happy hour at 7 in the bar. And the OggCamp pub quiz begins at 8 o'clock. Here or the Pioneer? Pub quiz? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the pub quiz is not in the bar. You can bring your own drinks. That will be in the Pioneer room. So we are on the Fediverse. That's at OggCamp at mastodon.social, OggCamp on Blue Sky, and get the hashtag out there, OggCamp 2026. And a quick round of appreciation. So we have the lovely OggCamp crew. They'll be wearing t-shirts like this. If you need help throughout the day, they'll be about, and they've given up their weekend to make OggCamp be its best. So thank you to all of them. We also have sponsors, so thank you to Collaborate Online and to the OggCamp community. And a quick shout out to Public Software CIC, who keep the finances happy and take the pain out of everything. So I'll stop boring you now, but on with the show. And just to summarize, as these two put it, be excellent to each other and party on. There we go. So I will pass over to Michael Meeks from Collaborate Online with Clippy's Funeral.
Hello, hello. Ooh, too exciting. You can hear me. Well, hey, look at you wonderful people. Thank you so much for coming. I think I'm too big for this. I don't think it'll reach. Oh, no, maybe it'll. Can you attach it to my. I'm sorry, it's rather an intimate question, isn't it? But if you can attach it to my back, that would be fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming. Look at you, you wonderful, wonderful crowd. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Office documents, and I'm going to start early so you can get to the important unconference earlier. Yeah, and first we're going to start with the very bleedingly obvious. So the first thing is that I can't solve all problems in the world, but here is a sort of a map of the world. And I've stolen this from Frank, you'll be pleased to know, Anna. So we've been doing a study recently on where your data actually is, and who has access to it, and also where your chips come from. Where is the foundation of everything electronic that you might expect? Now, lots of these things were invented in the UK. Well, in the past. Way, look at that, a bit of gratuitous nationalism. But these days, it turns out, after a lot of research, they all come from here, right? And unfortunately, there is, between San Francisco and Seattle, where Microsoft lives, and Amazon, and all of these wonderful people are there, and all of them have access to your data. And this is quite possibly a problem. Arguably, there's a bigger problem over here in Asia. So at 90% of the less than 10 nanometers, actually probably 92%, because South Korea is the other 8%, right? That's a real problem. I can't solve this problem because this is hardware, but I hear there are hardware people here, so you get on with it. But on the data side, there's something we can do to try and get our data out of these wonderful, upstanding companies. Now, they may be absolutely wonderful. Actually, there are some people that used to work at some of them here. I was talking to Will earlier, who was at one of them. Aha! And no doubt he can give you the inside lowdown. But yes, unfortunately, the internet that we created to be all sorts of robust and wonderful and decentralized and clever and scalable has been centralized by all of these people. And they create services that are honeypots for hackers. Of course, all software has problems. It's hard to avoid that. I'll show you some of the things we do to avoid that later. But at the end of the day, there are honeypots there. If you can find one day zero in Microsoft Azure, you get access to this wonderful treasure trove of stuff, don't you? It's all at your fingertips. And so you just massively increase the risk by this homogeneity of these big centralized services, quite apart from the routing and network infrastructural risk. So Collabora spends quite a lot of its time trying to suck at least some of these pieces out and get things decentralized again, as God intended in the first instance. So there we go. Woo! So digital sovereignty. So yeah. And of course, the other tragedy of big proprietary centralized services is that you really just can't do anything about it when they go wrong, or they annoy you, or there's some horrible drop-off. I think there's this great metaphor of buying a car with the bonnet welded shut, So you get the car, but you can't possibly maintain it or do anything to it. You are totally at the mercy of the car salesperson. Yes, this is the wonders of AI. It's getting better. I get AI to draw this picture from time to time, and it is not actually Bill Gates welding your bonnet shut, but it could well be. And so it's so interesting, software. It's just so creative and fascinating that excluding people from fixing it and being able to do what they want with it is just tragic. And that's particularly so as the world is eaten by software. I think this is a great, I forget who the quote came from, but it's fairly true. Software can make hardware actually work really well. And it's amazing where software is. So for example, just your power supply, your switch mode power supply, you stick 240 volts in one side and out comes this beautiful, 12 volt, 48 volt, what a DC. This is actually controlled by software. There's a microcontroller in there making the decision when to switch the switches and get the inductors and capacitors charged and so on. It's just amazing. It's in absolutely everything. And as the world gets better and better software, it optimizes more and more things, and I guess AI is going to do this more and more with robots everywhere. The idea that you shouldn't be able to look at this stuff, that it should be a black box, that you shouldn't have any rights over it, becomes more and more of a disaster for our society. And of controlling your destiny, right to repair. Brilliant for the farming lobby, Look at the farmers are wonderful, aren't they? They're a very tiny proportion of our national income and a huge proportion of subsidies. So they obviously have political clout. So wouldn't it be great if someone made their tractors unrepairable and made it, required DRM in each component so that political lobby suddenly realizes and gets what we've been going on about for years and, actually gets involved with the right to repair, which is basically the same thing, isn't it? Open source, free software. I want to be able to repair my tractor, and I can't. Why not? Fix it, politicians. And great to see traction on that. Great to see traction, back in the day when we had open document formats, and we were talking about the proprietary formats of Microsoft, we had great traction with politicians. Because as every wannabe politician knows, everything they do and say now is going to become of incredible significance later when they become prime minister. And so it's really important that very long archival material of their whole life's work and speeches is actually under their control and available to them. Anyway, so we had a great traction getting people to open up document formats. I think we have some success with that. But all of these are really just different ways of explaining the ultimate free software, free culture, freedom message that underlies all of that. So, yeah, we talk about many of these things. It's also really encouraging, and none of this is on my slides, I'm sorry about that, but I was at Open Forum Europe conference in Brussels recently, and often we hear people from the political left talking about the joy of sharing and freedom and collaboration and so on, and all that's true and wonderful. But there we had Dirk, who leads Schleswig-Holstein, which is one of the biggest migrations to the Linux desktop that you're going to see, using LibreOffice, Collabora support, and Nextcloud, various other pieces there. Really exciting migration. And he's standing up and saying, I'm a conservative, and we're doing this to increase competition, open markets. He's quoting Schumpeter, and just an extremely conservative perspective on this is absolutely vital to stimulate and mend broken markets. And so it's just really nice to see that consensus coming together, forged by the need for digital sovereignty. And why is that? Well, here's quite a negative framing. I think Sir Richard Moore, head of MI6, says this: the data trap, if you allow another country to gain access to really critical data about your society, over time that will erode your sovereignty. And this is a guy who's very used to finding out dodgy bits of information about people and twisting them to make them into agents and subverting societies. And, that's his brief, right? I mean, hopefully in a good way. But, because he's one of us, right? But it's quite a profound insight, isn't it, from the other side. Now, this is quite an old quote. That's many years ago. In recent time, there have been a whole load of innovators in this field who have tried to expand sovereignty in all sorts of interesting ways that look like this. So these people are lending a whole new meaning to the need to be able to make your own weapons, make your own software, understand, run your societies that have been eaten by software and don't need healing, by the application of, if only you give me Greenland, all will be well, this sort of thing. So it's amazing the traction we get in Denmark. We're doing some big pilots with ministries in Denmark. And again, it's great to see political unanimity there across the aisle. This is a strategy that commands respect and support, both from the left and right. Doesn't matter who's in power, we've got to do something about this. Get control of our own technology. So we're at an inflection point, and it's really, really exciting. Primarily because we've been doing this for years, and finally people from many different places and strands are starting to understand it. So that's cool. That excites me anyway. Right, well, so when you get cut off and your software is pulled, or your updates are pulled so you remain insecure or whatever, what do you get? Well, I'll just give you a little flavor of that by one key difference between Calabra's Office Suite and Microsoft's. So Microsoft have really two products with this one goal behind them. And so they call them the same thing, Office 365, just to maximize confusion. But there's actually two totally different products in there, totally different code bases. And so we have this desktop Microsoft Office, the full functionality. Of course, that's a bit of a problem because it would be better if all of your data was owned and controlled by Microsoft now, wouldn't it? That would make everyone feel good. So we have, cloud-first save, so when you save your new document, it really pushes you towards saving it in OneDrive. Or how about auto-save by default into the cloud so that, you don't even have to make the choice. It just does the right thing for you, or something. Then, of course, there's Microsoft Office Online, the second product, which has very limited functionality. I'll come to that in a minute. And the good news is that to use it, your documents already have to be in Microsoft's cloud. And there's a whole load of sort of comparisons here. This is a great comparison between the desktop and the web version as to some of the things it can and can't do. Cover pages, no. Embedded objects, no. ActiveX controls, fair enough. You need Windows for that, right? And so it goes on. Very different capabilities, different compatibility issues, and yeah, lots of problems. Actually, even the pages explaining the differences are inconsistent. So, there's a whole load of things that are supposed to or not supposed to work, depending on which web page you look at. And so, ultimately, whilst all of your document data should go into the cloud, ideally, you should continue using Windows. And, so there's a series of small adverts in the software, and these adverts have a cumulative effect over time. And they go on and on. I mean, I think if you really want to understand what they're trying to do, I think keeping people on Windows becomes a clear message here. So you get the best of having all of your data in their cloud, but actually you stick on their operating system. So the end result here is, of course, that you then have this division of software between desktop and online, which can be really unhelpful in terms of management, duplication, and so on. But just consider, this is how it's supposed to be. This is what's meant to be there, right? How much worse can it be if the plug is pulled, right? It can be really, really bad. So one approach is totally different, is to use one code base and have it work in these two worlds, the desktop and the browser, so that you have the same features, the same training, the same everything, of course, 100% open source, and it looks the same. I hope you noticed this. Essentially exactly the same feature surface where we can do it. Yeah, and a whole list of apps, spreadsheets, Impress, the whole shebang. It even looks pretty and hopefully easy to use and learn. And yes, here's my advert ends. Right. Yeah, we're doing this really for a lot of people at some quite large scale. I think there's over 1 million people in the Ministry of Education in France using a combination of Nextcloud and Collabora online, which is kind of cool. And yeah, we're really innovating, and I'd like to show you some of these things, but let's just look at what it is first. So browser-based, all of this stuff is deployed there, and it's a first-class citizen. Easy to deploy, multi-user editing, you know? You can get all of your rabbits to co-edit concurrently. And of course, you know, you can see what they're doing as you go through. That's great. Yeah, lots of commenting and redlining and change tracking and all of that good stuff. We even have a rockstar feature. I don't know if who uses redlining a lot here? This is the audience interaction piece. Okay, it's just me. Well, I'll tell you my story then. So I use redlining a lot because I do legal contracts, and I've been tragically perverted into being a business person from being a free software hacker. And I continually try to get record of that happening, right? And this is very, very bad etiquette in contract ordering. It's very important that everything you do is redlined. Otherwise, people will not trust you at all, and your interaction will get very, very bad. So, so what she does is she selects the text, she copies it, she rejects the change, she copies the text, she undoes the rejection. Okay, so now in our copy-paste buffer, we have what was originally there, and then she pastes it in again. Right, that's a really weird thing to do. Do you do that often? Oh yeah, all the time, you know? All I want is to be able to say, give me back my text, and here's the red line that does it. So, well, magic, not the world's most difficult feature to implement, extremely useful, and not there for 25 years. We really need some innovation in this space. Did I mention that? So yeah, making it pretty is nice, you know, little pop-downs and drop-downs, all sorts of interoperability features there. Obviously, all of the Microsoft formats are vital. There are really vast numbers of documents in those formats we need to suck in, but lots of nice PDF stuff too, and we can embed things in PDF. Now, we also run VBA macros. Look at that, isn't that fun? A triumph of BASIC back in the day. So Microsoft, for all of its scale, has made some interesting design decisions. One of them was that as soon as we embed a macro in a document, it better continue working. If anyone remembers Word 95 to Word 97, they basically broke a whole load of macros, like they really did. They upgraded Visual Basic, and then there was a program that kind of tried to make it port across. And actually, when we see macros these days, we still see the magic object that has all of the compatible things on it being used in modern macros on modern machines. So, you know, you can see files today that were clearly made in Word 95. And have been migrated ever since. So that's quite funky. They got so much negative feedback, I suspect, that they decided, well, that's it. We're going to copy and paste Visual Basic into Microsoft Office. So they took that whole product, they put it in, and it has been there ever since. Now, isn't that fun? And at some point, they wanted to port to Mac. So that was great. They copy and pasted all of Microsoft Office, you know, tens of millions of lines of code, and they ported it to Mac, and that was great. And then Mac upgraded their operating system from PowerPC to Intel. You may remember this. And at that point, they chose to use GCC as their compiler. And the GCC compiler wouldn't compile all of this obsolete stuff that had been copy-pasted, you know, twice already. And so they didn't have VBA on Mac for years while they tried to rewrite this hyper-optimized assembly, which is quite amusing. But anyway, we support VBA, and we support it on all sorts of platforms. We support only the macros we have seen so far, and that customers asked us to fix, which is not everything, but quite a lot. And of course, it has to be turned on. It's not on by default, actually. The admin has to admit that this is something they need to do first. And then the user can get to choose too. So, so you think, well, Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, an Office suite, it's not very difficult though, is it, right? The browser does everything for you for free, you know? There are hundreds of little markdown editors out there, aren't there? I can, wikis, of course, taught us all to love, learning a new rule language. You put a star here and a square bracket there and a bracket here, and they took us away from that WYSIWYG world we were used to. And slowly we're getting back to there with layered plugins on top. But there are just loads and loads of little noddy markdown editors. But let's just start with a little bit of some of my world of Office, if you like. Hopefully you find it interesting. So there's some really simple things here. So back in the day, we had monospace fonts, and they were all the same width, the characters, and they were nailed on the screen out of a terminal, 8-bit characters, and the world was beautiful. And then someone thought, well, my I is a bit narrower than my, S, so I should have a nice narrow I. And probably my T is narrow too, and my L is very narrow, but my P is quite wide. And so we had all of these proportionally spaced fonts. And they look beautiful, obviously. They're the majority of fonts. This is only used as a sort of cue that there's a retro programming language about to be used. So our tabs line up nicely. And so, yeah, so wonderfully, we have a thing called Unicode that standardizes all of the characters so that you know that this number is that character. And that's beautiful. And it unified the whole world. Everybody came together in a wonderful international group and standardized something. Isn't that a beautiful story of joy, Well, not quite. So WebDings is one very obvious problem, that there are loads of blinking things out there. And in WebDings, the alphabet is actually random different characters like ships and presents and so on. So that's a little bit annoying, but at least we can map this as we interoperate. We can convert those to the Unicode equivalent. Life is good. Unfortunately, there's one country in the world. Now, is it Thailand or Myanmar? I don't remember, but there was some very senior executive there who decided that this was a bad idea, Unicode, and that they should do something totally different, and invented a new font called Zorji that he then ensured was used everywhere in government. It's amazing the power of top-down management if you try. And this totally tramples on Unicode, so that the same characters have totally different meanings. So we're sort of back to the horrors of 8-bit characters for one country in one place in the world. Very unfortunate. My hope is the Unicode Consortium will solve this eventually, so we wave our hands and pretend it doesn't happen. But still, the font is important, it turns out, which is quite annoying. Now, one of the other problems is de facto standardization. So Microsoft have deployed a very large number of fonts, and you probably know them. They started off with things like Arial and Times New Roman. And these were not so bad because they were based on widely understood font metrics from Adobe. So they had all of the widths of the glyphs were understood and known. At some point, they decided, well, we need new fonts. So they invented a thing called the C-star font set, so the Calibri and all of this sort of font. And these fonts were proprietary. And that's fine, and Microsoft can ship them. They bundle them with their software so the document works and all is well. The problem is, we don't have those fonts. So on Linux and free operating systems, when you load it, your slides look wrong, right? And that's not good. So thank goodness, Red Hat and Google, between them, I think, invested in creating metric-compatible fonts. So what does that mean? That means that although the Fox looks different, well, so I think this is the wrong one. Maybe I have a right one. Although the glyphs look slightly different in shape, they're the same width. Does that make sense? So all of your things are in the right place. That's great. Now, of course, PDF does this by actually nailing glyphs on the screen in exact positions. Okay, so if they don't have the font, things might start to overlap and look awful, but at least the layout is the same. And actually, Adobe's thing has this wonderful meta font thing inside it that will scale glyphs to need. And increasingly, fonts are going in this direction. Actually, if you see the new fonts from Google, Roboto, if you're interested in typography, has a whole load of parameterized things. So you can turn the same font from an italic to a thin to a narrow to a bold, and it just does it magically. It's really cool. So Microsoft thought, well, we should catch up with that. So we've just caught up with Calibri. We've got our metric compatible fonts. So they're creating new ones, Aptos, which is great. So now there's a whole new family of fonts we don't have metric-compatible equivalents for, which is a shame. So there's something of an arms race of chasing that design goodness. But there's another slight amusing feature, which is that spreadsheets are super important. The world's decisions are made in spreadsheets. And it turns out that if you get your spreadsheet text slightly too wide, your whole cell turns into a hash. That's not good. You don't want hashes everywhere, do you? This is bad. Very small changes in fonts, like, oh, I think the X is slightly wider than the, or the W is wider than the something, can then cause knock-on problems in your spreadsheets. Obviously, particularly with numbers, but also with strings. So, yeah, so this is a nightmare. So, office productivity, it's pretty trivial. It gets more fun with the right to left. So, you have to, be doing this, but how hard can that be, right? I mean, that's just, you just get a mirror, right? Invert everything, and life is good. Although, when you start inverting some of the icons, particularly the right to left and left to right icons, you have problems. You need different ones for that. And also, as you're typing mixed language text, so, the Arabic goes this way, and then the English goes this way, and then the next bit of Arabic goes that way. So like mixes of these things, the cursor management is really fun. You press the left arrow and you jump massively right, and then you go left, and then it's just good fun. Anyway, but not conceptually difficult at all. Now, laying out text seems simple as well, right? Like you just measure some strings and you nail them on the screen, right? How bad can it be, right? And we can just go on creating more and more paragraphs, and we stack them in, and that's all good, right? Well, the problem with this are many. So one of the things is there might be a footnote. Footnotes are really fun because, of course, the footnote needs space on that page. And so you can end up in a situation where you can only fit the footnote on the page if the text that refers to it isn't on the page, right? So you end up with this kind of loop of, well, maybe we could shrink the footnote space and put it on the next page, or maybe, it all becomes more and more fun. Maybe you've got a table that's got to go in somewhere, and maybe that table is in some columns. And maybe you've got the feature on that says the columns should be beautifully balanced so that they're of the same length, so they look visually nice. And maybe then you're justifying it as well. And that means you're going to need to split words and hyphenate them to get the space right. But you really want to make sure you hyphenate words in the right place, right? So this is a, you can get some very rude situations if you accidentally hyphenate words in the wrong place, for example. So ideally, you need a dictionary-based hyphenation. Here's a single German word in Google Docs, which, as you can see, is something like the captain of the ship on the something of the... But it's a complete mess because of where it's broken. It would be much better to smart justify it and hyphenate it nicely. So, yeah, not as easy as you might hope. Now, of course, this is still the simple stuff. Then we get on to the complex text. So, some people's languages go left to right, and some go right to left, and that's fine, but we're all still going top to bottom, okay? Other people, their text goes top to bottom, and then round and top to bottom again. So if they're going to scroll, they're scrolling this way and not that way, which is great, right? And of course, interestingly, the same language can go in multiple directions if you're particularly lucky. And that's okay, but also, you can put Ruby above your text. So Ruby is these little interpretive things that go above a complicated character. So I believe this says Japan, something like that. Is that right? Tokyo. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you can read the English. That's brilliant. So you see the critical function of Ruby text, right? And so you might think that actually this is something you can automatically put in, but the problem is the choice of characters and what you write, and whether you even write the same thing or not, conveys a whole load of interesting, rich semantic information. Poets love it, And it also helps people learn to read, actually, and understand what characters mean in their context. And the good news is that the web browser does almost all of this for you, and you never know it. Until you want to do something like pagination, proper layout, at which point you have to throw away everything the browser does for you for free, and you have to reinvent all of it, okay? So you get to choose where all of these glyphs go. And the good news about that is that then when you print it, there's a chance that instead of, when you print a Google map, you end up with this like weird square in the top left corner and loads of wasted space and stuff. Well, one of the reasons for that is that that doesn't even know the page size. The web is so paranoid about information leakage, it won't tell you the page size. And, the APIs for doing this are really bad. But either way, if you generate the PDF yourself, having done the layout yourself and put every glyph somewhere, you can actually get, quite a good result. And so, yeah, so this, have a PDF will travel, and, the fingerprinting scares in the browser are pretty serious. But we still can't find out what a paper size is from a browser, which is kind of bad. Yeah. So anyway, text is easy. Anyone can do text editor. But what about spreadsheets? So spreadsheets are fun. And spreadsheets are fun because people misuse them left and right. But they do this because although a database is the right answer to every problem, as you know, and probably we should, the number of SQL-like databases shoved gratuitously into products is quite scary, isn't it? But anyway, although that's true, you have to go and ask IT. And then have a 6-month meeting to sit down and work out how to analyze it's a human disaster area. And so much better to just pull out Excel, do a few scripts, grab some data, shove it in, see what happens, right? And then make a business decision and hope that the 1 in 20 cells that contain an error wasn't too close to the critical path. Anyway. So there are lots of different ways to store data in spreadsheets in memory. And one of our top feature requests for a while was having 64-bit support for zip files. Now that sounds a madness. We don't actually have 4 gigabyte zip files, but what we do have is lots of XML inside them, right? The XML compresses really well, but the streams are really huge. And so how do you store all this data? Well, there are a number of problems there. So just from an API perspective, you see these APIs that are like, give me all of the cells. And then I'll iterate through them, right? But the problem is, what iterator are you going to use? If you're doing it by index, you're going to need a 64-bit number because 16,000 columns, 1 million rows, 2 to the 34 possible cells. That's just a bit big, isn't it? Yeah, it takes a little while to do 4 billion, 8 billion, 16 billion iterations through something, even on a modern CPU. We used to have a very nice way of representing it. This was just a row and then a cell pointer, which was kind of funky. But it let us use a thing called interpolation search. I don't know if there are any computer scientists crept into the room by mistake. But anyway, interpolation search is really fast. Log n. It's unbelievably good. Unfortunately, it's horribly pointer chasing-y, and it's really bad news for performance in other ways. So now we have spans of raw data types sitting in these great things, which is great. And then we look those up log n, but there are these great chunks of data. And we can use SIMD arithmetic and all sorts of things to speed our computation up and thread it and do all sorts of clever things. Or the modern world is rewriting everything in JavaScript, which is just great. If it's in JavaScript, it must be good. And so they basically use sparse arrays, which is like a hash table on an array index. So you take your array index, 5, you hash it. And in theory, this is constant time, but it's a disaster from a performance perspective. So, yeah, what can you do? On the huge 64-bit parsing stuff, we have actually something which is quite fun, which is a constant time XML parser, which is to say that we can parse any size XML file in a linear amount of time, in a fixed amount of time, which is quite a trick for any computer scientist who walked in. Of course, it's also a total cheat. This relies on you having a thread that does all of the actual parsing, unzipping, and whatever, and throws you over pre-digested stuff. And all we need to do is sort of fill the first buffers and then just stream it away. And your XML parsing is free, which is kind of nice. Hard to do in JavaScript with their model, really. So let's talk a little bit about compatibility and interoperability, because even if you've solved all of these problems, you have to get the data in and then do something fun with it, right? And there are trillions. This is a real number, not me making it up or a politician saying it. It's trillions, right, of existing documents out there in these wonderful file formats that have been handed to us. So, yes. And so we have all sorts of problems. So this is, I think, a real customer problem. And what we do is we compare the layout of documents to see if it's right, okay? So we render once, we render twice, length, but around the edges, the pixels are slightly different. So it gives you these red fringes. But broadly, our table is right. And the punchline here is there was one number wrong in the file format. We were misinterpreting compat 12 with compat 15. Well, what is that? So the file format, although it is several thousands of pages and wheeled in literally on a trolley if you print it out, hard to lift, has little things in it like this. Magic, the compatibility mode, which locks it to a given word layout engine. Of course, none of this is described. What you get is you get a number, which goes from quite small to quite large, omitting 13, very important, superstitious reasons. Maybe we should use 13 when we write the files. Let's see what happens. But, and so, it's not just being compatible with one Office suite that's important. There's a whole set of them to be compatible with. And layout is fundamentally not standardized, so none of the details about how this looks is written down anywhere. I mean, there are hints, there are descriptions of the properties, but they're very, very vague. So here we have a vertical offset issue fixed, which, yeah, is reasonably typical. And you think, well, okay, well, fair enough. But we might get that wrong, but at least we'll get the images right. You know, we can load and show an image, surely. That's easy. Well, we get bugs of the form, my chart doesn't show up. The picture of my chart is not there. Turns out, this chart is actually a Windows API dump, right? At a very low level, someone has basically looked at all of the Windows API rendering calls and streamed them into a binary file. And they call that a WMF file, a Windows meta file. And because the rendering model was based on effectively Windows 16 back in the day, single-bit alpha, no transparency, no anti-aliasing, you know, really stuff, they actually do it twice. So they have that, and then on top of that, they have comments. So the original format had a comment record in its binary stream. And if you look in the comments records, you see these sort of stacked layers of more modern rendering means there. So inside you can have an EMF or an EMF plus, which also relate to different stratas of Windows rendering infrastructure. And that hides all sorts of stuff in those comments. So if you look in the comment, you could actually get something totally different. It's like the modern joys of e-invoicing, where if you read the PDF as a human, it can say something totally different to the XML. And this is brilliant, because the government has recently mandated e-invoicing, and you can bet your bottom dollar that the compliance people read the PDF, and the machine processes the XML. So soon we will all be rich. Look at that. But anyway, so all of these different things then layered into this binary file. And yeah, every OLE object has a preview that renders like this. Actually, this is one here. It looks very innocent, doesn't it? Innocuous. But underneath, it's a screaming nightmare. Of course, the customer doesn't realize this. They just think it's easy, right? So maybe you don't now. And there are little records in there like PostScript data, embedded PostScript data. You know, what are you going to do with that? There's a whole programming language in there that's needed to render it. There are more modern things like smart art. I don't know if anyone's played with this beautiful way of laying out dynamic diagrams. You know, you add some bullet points and you apply a schema and you get this wonderful different diagrams. Very nice. You see loads of them in presentations around. No real specification for it. Very little documentation. There's a constraint-based solver shape layout language underneath it that's embedded in your file. 700 plus lines of that to describe a single shape. And they have all very helpful, you know, names like type is W, this sort of not very helpful stuff. Anyway, if you solve all of those, eventually you can lay out this as it was intended, which is quite fun. So yeah, I mean, the summary of software is hard. And Office is particularly more so because we have to reverse engineer this black box, which is Microsoft's product. And there are a whole load of axes to software engineering that people sort of ignore that make the demo, transitioning from the demo to the product, unbelievably tricky. So, anyhow, the good news is we've tried a lot of work to standardize documents. And we have a thing called the Open Document Format, ODF. There's increasing interest in it as a sovereign document format. And Sun really pioneered this, zipped XML, instead of bit packing. We used to pack bits very carefully. How many bits in a row, how many bits in a column, can I pack all the bits carefully into my binary format? Years of work spent doing this. And when we switched to XML, which is basically no pre-optimization at all, it's these massive strings, and then we zipped it, it turned out the files got significantly smaller, and hence often faster to load, particularly if you're clever. So that just shows you the joy of human ingenuity. Anyway, there's a lot of good work there, and actually Public Software Inc., Simon Phipps is a hero. Please do congratulate Simon if you see him around. Shake his hand and say, thank you for all your good work on open source, to keep him going, because he's got a lot more in him, if you see him. But anyway, he's been helping to fund the editor of the technical committee, and he's even managed to get money from Microsoft to fund ODF format standardization. So look at that. What a hero. Anyway, and then, of course, there's OpenXML. And when we write OpenXML, I was there for the very first standardization meeting. I was on the standards committee for my sins. And they really did wheel this thing in to hand over to the European Union, the great first draft. One of the problems was that the standardization was very different to what we were doing in open document format. So I think Sir Humphrey says, get rid of the difficult part in the name, you know. It does much less danger there than in the text. And the open bit, well, you know, you could turn up, and what you could do is you could describe Microsoft's format better and better. You couldn't change anything in it. There was no way to improve it in any way, but you could help improve the words that described it, which is one way of having an open standards format. Anyway, so let's just think about mismatches in those standards. So one of the things we have in ODF is we have a field that is the number of slides in your deck. Actually, you can see it here. I'm going to go quicker because anyway. Microsoft don't have that. Now that seems pretty silly, doesn't it? How hard can it be to add a field that has the number of pages in your slide deck? It's just an integer. You know it, right? But it's basically not there, right? So when we interoperate here, we have to do something horrible. We have to either inline that thing or, you know, hard code it so it's now a number instead of a field. And that's just really not great, right? There's just no good way of solving this. And of course, when they export, well, their users didn't have a chance to do this at all. So, yeah, it's kind of really, really unfortunate. And you get these impedance mismatches. Actually, some of these things, you know, we spend a lot of time on interoperability just burning down problems. Some of these problems here are like, Collabora Office can render images in footnotes, so you can anchor an image in a footnote. Now, that's quite complex from a layout perspective, as I mentioned in terms of these loops earlier. Microsoft can't do that. The file format can represent it. We can save this into docx file, no problem. Just fine. And we can load it from the docx problem, no problem. You know, using the standard language grammar, but Word won't accept it. It goes, this document's broken. And, well, what do you do? So there's a whole load of nasty decisions at the end here. But either way, we do a lot of systematic testing there. This is a fun one. So just forget about all of this stuff. Throw away all of the complexity and rewrite it all. And this is another thing I'm often told. And ideally in Java, you know, or with operational transforms, or CRDT, or the latest good idea, right? And this is not just me saying this. Smart people say this too. Larry Ellison said exactly this, you know. Yes. And so you can predict the dead language of the future by seeing, you know. Actually, one of the really interesting things about JavaFX is, you know, the Gartner hype cycle thing, you know? And you pay expensive consultants, and you come to believe that they know nothing relatively rapidly. But actually, because it's completely unsearchable. I mean, like, anyway, or Rust, or something like that. And all of these welders out there will rescue you from the hype cycle. But unfortunately, with JavaFX, well, this didn't happen. It's too easy to Google. So if you Google that, you can see something that looks suspiciously like the consultants might actually know something. Anyway, there we go. The problem is that when we rewrite software, it takes multiple person years, 8 million lines of code. Just doing a simple thing to add layout to our dialogues to make them pretty, yeah, multiple person years. I think, what was it? Yeah, 2012 to 14 of our, probably the best developer in LibreOffice. Operational transforms, just rewrite everything, you know, in such a way that you can reorder things, and, you know, there's this wonderful representation of every change and what it does. And once you've done all that, you get undo for free. Well, that's brilliant, isn't it? You know? But actually, undo is really quite an easy thing to do. You just remember what was, and you put it back again. It's not that bad. And this turns out to be really, really complicated. The latest fashion is CRDTs, which is conflict-free replicated data types, which are very good for very simple data types. If you have Markdown or chat, you know, like text messaging, you can pretty much solve it. In text messaging, typically more messages arrive, and occasionally they're deleted. But you don't get, like, this message depends on that one for its theme and its color scheme, and the font metrics over there, and you don't get these complex treed interlinked data structures. And so, although all of that can be fixed by applying GUIDs to everything and flattening trees and coming up with all sorts of amazing horrors and bloating your data structures massively, when you save it in the file, there's no real space for any of that, so best of luck, you know? And also our state space is horrifyingly complicated. There are so many mines in the minefield, there's more, you know, there's less field than mine to some degrees. So, yeah, just trying to find the valid states, you know, minimum cell height, you know, the cell in my table must be at least this big. But if you change the page size to be smaller than that, well, what do you do? How does the layout algorithm try and solve the impossible? And so there are a whole load of impossible scenarios you can easily get by co-editing. Here's another simpler refactor. Using native widgets instead of built-in widgets. Again, years of people's work. 2 years, from February 2018 to 2020. Well, maybe not quite 2 years, but lots and lots of work. And we managed to port GTK 3 just in time for the GTK 4 to come out. And that broke the threading model that we needed, right? It was baked into our understanding of what a toolkit was. So GTK 4 will never be fully reliable on Linux, unfortunately, with that code base. Luckily, it gave us a foundation for our web dialogues. So, yes, the triumph of optimism and hope over experience is everywhere. But at the moment, we do have a plague of new simplified Office suites. And in the end, they will create nightmare new file formats that I will have to support for another 20 years. So here we have all of this complexity. And with this, I'm going to really whiz through these slides. How do we secure it? We use all sorts of very clever things, jails, each document in a container, and so on. We have a bit of user-level permission stuff, sharing permissions that are hard enforced, user permissions of how documents can be shared and sections edited and so on, but these are all user level. We're doing a whole lot of things in terms of switching views, but yeah, I don't know. Trying to make it familiar and look ergonomic and work nicely is good. So, these pop-up little tool palettes that look nice near your selection, making it easy to find things, and particularly the things that you want. Multi-page views recently. Better tab switching. User experience research, loads of it, watching what people do. What are the things that they undo, particularly? Probably they didn't want to do them, right? So let's watch what people undo and try and work out how we can not do that in the first place, or steer them to make it prettier. There's quite a lot of things that people do, so, there you go. And we've been just improving this a lot. So document comparison, I'm fed up of people saying, the text is red and it's got a strike through and I can't get rid of it. This is the kind of user feedback you get about redlining, unfortunately. People basically don't understand it. So what about a two-up editor where you can see there are two copies of the document, one with, one without, merging it across? Of course, you've still got the whole, I want to search by, filter by certain different dates and so on. But yeah, just making that more powerful. What else? E-signatures, all sorts of fun stuff. Someone has no sense of taste in color. I'm sorry about that. But either way, table styles built in. Per user sheet views, great fun feature so you can see the same data with different users differently. Improved mobile use cases. I mean, it's very distressing that your screen is quite as small as it is, but if you have toolbars and pop-ups and formula wizards and other stuff, you basically have nowhere for the text that you're typing. So better to fix all of this. And I know people are big lovers of AI, so there you go. Just to point out, this is off by default. So you need to turn it on, much like the VBA stuff. But still, obviously, you can use any AI model you want. You should be using a local one, ideally. Buy some GPUs. It's easy and cheap. Or something. Yeah. And of course, the document content's only shared if you actually select it and actively ask the model things about it. Obviously, we don't want your data. We don't even host Collabora Online except as a demo, so we're not trying to rob your stuff. You should host it yourself on your hardware and run it with your own local AI. We also have this wonderful thing called a MCP API, so you can remotely talk to it and ask it to interrogate and change documents. And then lots of silly chat things plugged into a sidebar, so you can improve your text about beavers and generate the critical images that you must inject into your documents, debug your spreadsheets. 1 in 20 cells contains an error, so get the AI to find it. And nice things like being able to click on the spreadsheet cells, actually interacting with your selection properly and talking about that piece and not the whole document. So some nice things there, fixing errors and so on. So lots of fun built-in stuff, and all this is coming in 2604, which is out shortly. So how to get free again? Well, step one, just download and you're done. If you're an end user, very easy. It's free to download, get it. If you want to, pay for services to support and sustain it. We have a very interesting problem with governments. I don't know if anyone's worked with governments, but they're very interesting bodies. And the intersection of open source and governments is a very interesting one, primarily because when you tender, often you tender for the lowest price for a thing, right? And the problem is, in our world, the thing is open source. So anyone can provide the thing for nothing. That's not very good for sustainability now, is it? And the problem is that it's fair enough. These procurement people think if you can legally provide the thing, the binaries, then obviously you wrote it and you're competent and you can support it. And this is totally untrue in open source. And so we see tenders that are won, well-meaning people that want to support open source tendering, and the tenders go public, and they are won by people, and they think they've done a good thing. But the people they win from are bottom-feeding scumbags who contribute nothing to the actual software and actually have no skills or experience in doing anything either, and have cleverly pitched the price point at an unsustainable price. That means the death of all of us. So wouldn't it be better if there was a way to fix that? And there is. The trick is to read this. Selection criteria for sustainable procurement. This is a German document translated, interestingly. And this basically explains how you need to get competence, not just software, right? You really need to be able to pick the right people who can invest and sustain and grow your software. So there you go. Floss is special. And a little bit about us. 70 people, hopefully a UK success story so far, to be fair. The people are all over the world. We have a German subsidiary, lots of people everywhere, 25 countries, lots of products, 13 years. The parent company is a consultancy, also UK-based in Cambridge, Montreal. If you've got a robot lawnmower, that should be running Linux. If you've got a car, that should be running Linux. There's a whole open source operating stack. If 3D virtual reality is going to be the future of the world, and some years ago people thought that, though it turns out this immersive thing I'm in now is really great, then OpenXR is your friend, and there's a whole open source infrastructure there as a strategic punt in case the world went that way to make sure there would be an open source foundation, increasingly used lots of places, and loads of places, digital signage, cars, Steam decks, all sorts of things. We work everywhere to get open source from the bottom up, because our mission fundamentally is to make open source rock. That's what gets us up in the morning. That's what makes the shareholders happy. That's where we put your money if you pay us. Although, we do also sponsor conferences. So there you go. If you're here and you like working hard and you appreciate people that do things rather than talk about them, I have a comic for you. And I write a comic every week. There's a beautiful QR code here that I believe if you're young, you can take a photograph of and get a URL. But doesn't work for old people, which is amazing. Anyway, there's a URL there, and it tells the story of all sorts of beavers doing fun things. And better than that, I have a whole load of these here. So you need to think of a clever question to ask at the end, and maybe you'll get one. Actually, I have quite a lot, so I'll be at the booth later, and come and see me. But yes, this is an avatar for perhaps a long-suffering spouse who is missing their hard-working member of their family who is busily typing for some reason. And yes, rather fun. So there we go. Documents are really critical. In my view, they're the most strategic piece to cut that last tie to Windows and to the Microsoft desktop. They're a key piece of any migration away. And Collabora is really the best place in terms of experts to do that. We have a community project. Everything we do is open source. It's a fun and friendly place to get involved. You can go and check our code out on Microsoft's wonderful. Actually, the GitHub CEO was a friend of mine, old friend of mine for a while. Yeah, and we have lots of things. You can get involved. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. It's really our pleasure to sponsor OggCamp, so thank you so much to you guys for all you do for free and open source software. Thank you. Time for questions, or not? Time for questions? Excellent. Okay, well, if you don't have time for questions, there's a special insurance for beaver throwing, but madam, you seem to have your hand up. Anyone else want one? Otherwise, yeah, shoot. Question? Why a beaver and not a squirrel? Well, that's the thing. A beaver is a nature's engineer, you see. They make things. They do stuff, you know. You turn your back, and you look back, and your field is flooded, and there's a dam, and the whole world is changed. And yeah, that's why a beaver. Anyone else? Does anyone have family that, yeah, here we go. I think there's probably a special, as I said, insurance for these. Do come and grab me at the end if you don't feel like braining your neighbor with a flying marmot. So, there you go. Does anyone have questions? At the back. You'll have to come forward at the end, I'm afraid. I'm weak. All of this typing in dark rooms instead of calisthenics. Good. Questions? Other questions? At the back, sir. How is it possible to keep going for so long? As in, how have I managed to profitably have a career for 26 years working on free software? Is that the 72 people, yes. Well, so, ultimately you have to sell things. I'm sorry about the commercial pitch at the end, but it's there for a reason, So, yeah, I think it's a good question. And one of the problems, I mentioned the tendering problem, but also it's really nice if we can sort of segment volunteers and home users from professional users. Unfortunately, software freedom is for everyone, right? And that includes big corporations that have loads of money and are saving loads of money by migrating from Microsoft. So in theory, those people can do that. But I would just like to try and encourage a sort of a moral sense that you should get support and you should pay for it. And if you've got the means to contribute, you should contribute. There are loads of volunteers who pour their time into doing good things, and I salute and honor them. There really are. It's amazing. But it does really help to be able to have sustained professionals who have 20 years of experience of these problems to try and solve them. And yeah, we just encourage people to do support. We do that through partners. So we have a large number of partners that we go to market through. So, HCL or Nextcloud, OwnCloud, Pydio, Cfile, Kiteworks, Dell. There's just a vast number of these people, and we sell through those routes. And to those people, we are the experts, and we provide support and services for their users' problems, and we solve them. We have a ticket queue that's about 30 tickets long all the time because it takes that long to understand the problems and solve it, not because we have 30 problems. So that's a great service. And unfortunately, people have been trained that software comes pre-broken, and you have to adapt to it. So a very typical deployment scheme for a big company is to get the piece of software and intensively test it and pilot it, knowing that if you accept it in a slightly broken state, that's it, you're doomed. It will never be fixed. So you better check everything right now, and then you deploy it. And that's just a tragic way to train people into, So we come along and we fix stuff, and we make it better. And if customers want new features, we add them. And if that would make their business easier or save them clicks, we do that. And we love to talk to them. So we hope that's valuable. Does that help at all? But no one said you're playing the easy level trying to build an open source business. This is definitely ultra hard level monster killer spree. But against that, it's not also incredibly different. You need to build a great brand. You need a sales team. You need a marketing team that generates leads. So I have 5 or 6 people doing marketing. We have two full-time salespeople, 3 sales engineers who help customers get set up and work out how it goes. That's the quite traditional bit. Unfortunately, I should have a bigger marketing and sales team, but I have a passion for writing open source software, so I invest in engineers instead. It's a total failing. I should hire many more marketing. If you want to become a technical salesperson or a marketing specialist, come and see me. We are actually hiring all sorts of people. So, yeah, a long and rambling answer. Definitely observes a beaver or two. So, how much more time do we have? Because I can fill. Yeah. But one more question? 15 minutes. Good Lord. Well, anyway, do leave if you get... Sir, no. What's the relationship with LibreOffice looking like? You see, this is a guy who's read his news recently. This is very up to date. You can do QR codes too, I bet. Well, read the comic. The other thing is that, so for those who don't know, the Document Foundation, which I founded and was on the board of for 10 years, and after another 5 years has decided to, I just don't want to talk about it very much. Let me talk instead about the British Counselling Association of Professionals. Because if there is any organization that should have good internal relationships, you would assume it would be the Counselling Association. But instead, they have a massive fights and politics and infighting and throwing people out of the organization and legal actions and changes to all this sort of thing. I think it's quite often the case in non-profits, particularly if you have money. One of the real skills in life is not to have money, and then you don't attract the wrong kind of people, Like a rich man's money may ransom his life, but a poor man hears no threat. And I think, the love of money is the root of many evils. See what happens when you give someone power. It's a great test of character. Those are my general thoughts on it. But either way, the punchline is all of my staff and myself have been thrown out of the non-profit we founded for being totally evil, or for potentially voting the wrong way in the upcoming election, which is delayed. But beyond that, I'm not going to talk about it. I just, let's do something cool and fun. Shoot. I'll get to this gentleman because he was first. Yep, it's migrating away. Yes, you may see some slight changes in your document layout, but compared to not being able to operate, potentially, that's nothing, isn't it? I mean, people say, oh, we should delay, we should do all these other things. But actually, if you need a plan B, so that when your enterprise is rooted or got rid of, we're way better than nothing. In fact, we're so much better than nothing, almost every business can run on it right now, right? Like, there's really no barrier. So I don't think we should ever not do stuff because of these problems, if that makes sense. In fact, we should rapidly be migrating now. It works. It saves money, but that's not the reason to do it. It gives you flexibility, digital sovereignty, the ability to control your destiny. And so, yeah, don't get scared about my interoperability stories. If that's the message, you got the wrong message, but it's probably my fault. So. That makes sense? There's not a gentleman behind the lady that had the first question. Yeah.
So how good is Microsoft's import of open document format? Are they able to render documents accurately from that?
That's a brilliant question. Did you get a beaver? You should. Oh, incidentally, you need to adjust the fluff in the beaver so it stands up, because they get a bit compressed in transit and turn into it's a bit like the fonts, that are getting ever taller and thinner, but if you just move the fluff. How good is the ODF filter of Microsoft? So one of the most frustrating kinds of bugs we get is, you broke our document, and actually, we didn't break the document at all. We saved it in ODF. It was fine when it left us, right? But when it got into Microsoft Office, no change tracking, for example. So they throw away flatten all the redlining. Well, that's pretty epic, isn't it? I mean, I don't know, So I think in the same way that Microsoft Office Online is a nasty thing to persuade you there's a cloud version and something, you can easily deploy it, whereas actually you have to still do all of that for all of those desktops. I think the ODF filter is not as good as it could be by quite a lot. And yeah, I think there's obviously resource problems everywhere, and particularly if you duplicate your product multiple times and you import lots of problems. But yeah, not the best is the answer, but not terrible either. You can get quite a bit of it. Ooh, quite a bit of it will work. Yeah. Now, who was that? Madam is it leopard skin? Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Synthetic leopard skin, I'm sure.
I'm afraid so.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I do on and off a lot of work in local government in East London.
Mm-hmm.
It's mainly volunteering. It's mainly third sector. I'm just wondering how much activity there is in that area. The reason I'm asking you about that is that the actual level of technicity is actually appallingly low.
Yes.
It's all spreadsheets, Word documents.
Yep.
I'm not sure that many people even know what a database actually is.
Oh, well, that's good.
So yeah.
Yes. So what do we do about those people? So I think there are quite a lot of non-profits using this sort of stuff. Actually, there's a load of churches using it often because they really care, mission organizations and all sorts of things that want to run underneath the radar of national agencies. Setting up and running this stuff yourself is probably not something that you can ask a non-profit to do, but probably you could host it for them, manage it, have something running in the UK in a data center, in your basement, wherever you like it to be, provide a service to them. And actually, we love to partner with people that have clusters of users doing that. So we provide margin and sell supported product through that channel. We have quite a lot of local governments. The UK is a bit of a laggard, I am sorry, in this regard. Germany is probably leading. France is trying to do its thing. But yeah, the continent is really, really going for it. I hate to say the French are right, but Charles de Gaulle, look at that. Less of American influence and more of a. Yeah, he probably wasn't right on much, but anyway, it was. It's a sobering reality we have now. So does that help? Come and see me afterwards. I probably answered a totally different question. Madam, get back to you. Okay.
Sorry. You mentioned about education with the French government.
Sure.
How have you been able to access anything within the UK education system? Because, like you say, open source is literally unknown within education, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So I invested quite a lot in the UK market early on in my business career. I hired a salesperson. I don't know how much I'll say about this on camera. Come and talk to me later. Anyway, it was not an unqualified success, put it that way, for many reasons. Partly because we didn't know what we were doing, because we just started a business. And yes, it's funny. I used to work for other people who did all the hard work of selling and whatever, and I had very vigorous views about open source and product positioning and marketing and strategy, all those things, based on exactly no experience at all and no understanding. And having run a business, I'm much more of a pragmatist about this. I have sympathy for other people's problems and so on. But yeah, the UK is has been traditionally a difficult place to start. And we've worked with the Crown Commercial Services. There's some great work to get the Cabinet Office to mandate the open document format, which has been really encouraging. But the follow-through on that has been weak. Some of that's my fault. Yeah, sure. And the pricing is ruinous. Google will give you a free anything to get you hooked, right? Yeah, and so that's a difficult thing to compete in the market with. And one of the best things Microsoft could do is double their prices tomorrow for us. That would be really great. That would, yeah. So, shoot, at the back. I think this is the last question. Oh, yeah, probably the last question. I think we're probably getting to the end of the innings, are we, Simon? Yeah. Oh, another 5 minutes. But just
Yeah, so I went to Japan recently, and everybody uses Windows in Japan. Do you think the reason that operating systems are popular is actually more to do with document formats than anything else?
Well, I think everyone using Windows is something that happens quite a lot, isn't it? Although the Mac, tragically, seems to have snared a whole load of the Linux desktop love that we had for a while, which is a great sadness. I'm always slightly sad, to see people using Macs. Obviously, there are people doing good open source things on them, I hope, as well, but it is just sad to see. So I'm running Linux desktop here, of course, as a big supporter. And actually, as an aside, this announcement that France is going to have a Linux plan for all of their places and their wholesale looking at moving is encouraging, really encouraging, and is driving quite a lot more renewed interest in Linux desktop. So why do people use Windows? Obviously, there's an ISV network effect. That's hugely diluted by the web. I think Mark Andreessen said he was going to turn Windows into a badly debugged set of device drivers, when he created the web browser. And he was right. What he didn't realize was that they get better at debugging the device drivers, and also that, it would take 20, 25 years, right? But I think we're broadly at the point where lots of things now are delivered as web apps. You need Windows less and less and less. But there's still an ISV lock-in there for it. But I think the documents and that document collaboration processing thing is a really key lock-in still. And if we can solve that, then it just becomes uninteresting what's underneath. So use the best thing, which is frankly Linux. And I don't say that just because I'm a passionate free software lover. You can go and find Windows kernel engineers who can talk about the systemic problems of developing Windows. So, in the Linux land, the guy says, and there's great write-ups of this, in the Linux land, if you find a way to take one tick off a kernel system call, or a new clever way of doing locking in your file cache, right, then you're a superstar. People actively encourage you. They say, well, they probably shout at you and use bad words as well, but at the end of the day, you're a hero, right? And yes, you created a lot of work for other people, and there was a huge chain. We have a plan for that, but it's done a different way in the future of the something or other. And basically, it dead ends. And that's only a 0.5% win, right? But if you add up enough 0.5% wins, and they accumulate over 5, 10 years, you just end up with a whole way better piece of technology. I think that's basically where we're at with the kernel and much of the base system there. So yeah, I'm quite excited about the potential for moving to Linux and freeing people and having an entirely free world. So come and see me at the booth. Thank you so much for being patient.
Test. There we go. Thank you very much, Michael. Next up. Next up, we have Anna with Why I Am Tech Illiterate, but I Care About Free Software.
And this is the reason why I'm giving this talk, right? Why I'm illiterate, right? And now it's mirroring, but it's not presenter mode, right? Now, yeah. So now you all understand why I'm giving this talk and why I'm really a tech illiterate after all these problems. So let me first introduce myself. I'm Anna. I work in communications, not tech, at the Free Software Foundation Europe. And I'm here to tell you a bit the story why when you are not a developer, when you have no idea how computers work, free software is still important. So, first of all, I think all of you have been having this person, in this case it's me, going to you all the time, like almost crying, screaming, like, this is breaks, I cannot do this, the terminal is doing something really weird. Well, I'm that person. On the other side, I'm you for my family. So, you know, I'm the one whose aunt comes and is like, the phone is not working. And I'm like, okay, what have you done? Nothing. Right? So that's why I always differentiate why computer skills is different from digital skills. I have computer skills. I know how to use software in my computer. I know how to use the apps in my phone. But then, when I need to use a terminal, when I need to change something, you saw it right now. Like, I'm like, what's the problem here? So, but this was before was okay, not a problem. We always had someone like was helping us. But right now, software is everywhere. Like, literally everywhere, software is inside us. If we need some piece of software to make us, our heart to work, software is currently like trains. I mean, we've seen like everything is software. So, yeah, now there's a problem. We don't know. Most of us, like me, we didn't study computer science, we never were close to a computer, and yeah, we don't know what to do with a computer. And then, As I said, I work in the Free Software Foundation Europe in communications, but I was also long time ago. I was an intern there. And that, before coming an intern, a couple of months before that, I was studying a master's in politics, social science, and then I ran into free software, Creative Commons, and then it's how I ended up at the FSFE doing an internship. And then is when I really learned the importance of being able to use the software for what you want without restrictions, to understand it, to share it, and of course to adapt it. And then it's when I started thinking, and of course telling all my friends about this. But then it's a problem. As I said, I have no digital skills. Almost no one in my family has digital skills. And then I was like, oh, I want to use a laptop with Linux. I want to be able to change, let's say, change software. Maybe it was not for me, but okay, laptop with Linux. But of course I couldn't, because, you know, I tried, but I didn't have anyone to help me. So that's also why this is really important. So not only to understand it, but also to have people around you who can help you. And then, this is why now also it matters, because then I learned that free software is giving me also these freedoms. Thanks to free software, we have different freedoms. We can have also freedom of press, which is really important these days. We can have also like competition. Right now we are involved in DMA, the Digital Markets Act. Right now the FSF is involved in helping the European Commission to defend themselves against Apple, who of course things like interoperability is against human rights. So, yeah, also of course innovation, which is what is moving our society, and also no locking. How many times I had this problem also of you, like we try to open a document and it's like, oops, you cannot open this document. So, but as I said, gives way more freedoms, like freedom of press, education, democracy. We've seen a lot how open standards, like artificial intelligence, public procurement. So then, when I was preparing for this, I was like, a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about our new generations. And then I learned new generations don't even own a computer, a laptop. New generations, university students, just are doing everything using their phone, using AI, and using Canvas. So I just, this morning, coming here, I went to Claude, and I was like, Claude, please, give me like a comic about how, like this, how I think I have computer skills, but I don't have computer skills, and I'm digitally literate. And then, after really long time, I got this. And basically, I was like, okay, this is what is happening right now. Right now, what we have is people like are like, yeah, I know computers. I know how to open a computer. I know how to use, in this case, Windows. I know how to use, how to send an email. I know how to buy tickets online. Then people like suddenly run into a terminal and they're like, oh, what is this? This can be me sometimes, not with the terminal, but when things start to happen, I'm like, no, I don't know how to lift this. And of course, now we have, so first, let's say this is what, in my case, my parents, grandparents are. I was in the middle. I will say I'm a bit better now. And the other one is right now where our generation is going, you know? Like, I use this software, Canva. I am using an AI, and it's doing everything for me. So I'm also asking an AI to code for me. So yeah, I'm an expert. I can control the world with my phone also, which is really important. So at FSFE, we say, no, this is not the way. free software is the way people should be able to know what free software is, to use it, and we want to empower people to control technology. So how are we doing this? So the FSFE, we have different campaigns, different activities. I know some of you know us, so I don't want to be, I'm going to be quite fast. So for example, we have our campaign, Public Money, Public Code, which is easy, right? Public. If it's public money, it will be public code. So it's also like, in administrations, but also, even now we see with universities, science, like research, public money, public code. We have also Alan Sangerman, that you will hear a bit more about this tomorrow. My colleague Bonnie, who's here, will talk about this. So this is a super nice illustrated book, which is also a movie in 7, 8 different languages right now, but there's going to be more because thanks to our amazing people, volunteers, it's been translated into more languages that explains basically what I didn't know before. So explains, it's a really easy way to understand why software freedom is important and why it's important to control our technology. So it's really, really, for me, it's really easy also to explain my parents about what I'm doing because, as usual, they have no idea. Then we have reuse, which is, it makes licensing simpler, so allows you to just see the license in its piece of code, but also to you to add it. So when you reuse the code, you can see the license. We have Youth Hacking for Freedom, that is our competition for European teenagers that right now is running its fourth edition. And yeah, that also Bonnie will talk more about it tomorrow. We have I Love Free Software Day because we all love free software. And that's on the 14th of February, we celebrate that day. And we do way more things. We have device neutrality, which involves router freedom, which involves, as I said, all this, the DMA litigation, involves, a lot of, basically, device neutrality in general. Our work we have also worked at the, policy, mainly at the European Union, but also in other European countries. And basically, we try to explain why free software matters and make that the laws and legislations do not harm free software in the other way around. We have a team that helps with license questions because we know that for software developers, license is the worst part, I would say. One of the worst parts, yeah. And of course, we have a really nice podcast which host is also here with Bonnie. That, you can listen to it in our website. And we have, of course, info material and merch. Today, we only came with some postcards and stickers, but we have really cool t-shirts, socks, that you can get them at a lot of conferences and also online to just show your love and support for free software. And we are a diverse team of people. There we also have a lot of volunteers, and we really, really try to explain and empower people how to control the technology with, as you can see, we also have, I was going to explain, but a different kind of backgrounds. And how to help. I will say first, go to any teenager, and do not allow them to use their phones, but as that might be impossible. Or when a mom tells you, it happened to me, oh, I'm really happy. My kid is going to this private school where they are going to use an iPad. You're like, great, yeah. So, now, try to avoid that. But then you can spread the word, you can join a local group, you can donate, you can buy merch, or you can just, just do what you are doing with free software. that I'm sure you are doing a lot. As I said, we are a charity organization. Our work is done thanks to a lot of people who are donating. And yeah, any euro or pound. We really are trying to do this, open our system, and then, as we published last week, saying no to all the requests, and also charging people for the requests, which also according to the DMA should not happen. Yeah, also your support also helped us to come to different conferences and spread the word. Also, like, as I said, to do all those things we are doing. We're indeed a really small team, as you saw before was volunteers, but we are trying to do a lot of things because, yeah, as this African saying says that is also in the Berlin Wall, that many people in many small places do many small things that can alter the face of the world. That's all. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions, but yeah. Then easier for me. Now I can break the computer. Thank you very much.
So hey folks, still in here. We still have lots of open slots for lightning talks over at the Kraken Tech Centre. So if you want to give a 5-minute talk on anything, doesn't have to be FOSS related, could just be life, a thought to share, please do ping us an email or put it on the board. Let us know. Thank you very much.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Perfect. We're not going to start just yet because I'm conscious we've still got like 7 or 8 minutes. So I'm going to start talking, but I just want to make sure the mic works. Oh dear. Still got a couple more minutes yet before. Oh, just spotted there's a clock up the back there. That helps. It stops me to look at my watch now. More distractions gone. That's nice. You're getting used to glasses, so keep doing this. That's why. I haven't started yet. You can't whoop either. Had somebody applauding me before I've not said anything yet. I mean, come on. Okay. Come on, in you come. Still haven't started yet. You're fine. Right then, well, should we get started? Hi everyone, I'm John Spriggs. Some people know me as John the Nice Guy. I've been around this community for quite a long time. About a year or so ago, I became the chair of the Board of Trustees of a charity that's involved in digital inclusion. So I thought, perfect opportunity, get up in front of a group of really passionate and interested people in technology, talk to you a little bit about what we do. So that's why I'm here today. So, how many of you are tech support for your family? Oh, surprise, surprise. How many of you are the IT guy for, I don't know, your local church, your social centre, your community hall, your library, your council, whatever? So you know that feeling. The internet's broken phone call that could be a full disk. It could be a forgotten password, failed system update. You know all these things that happen quite often to us? And you do it because you're the only person who can, which is great and fantastic. Now, imagine those people that don't have a you. No tech-savvy friend, no relative, no one to clear the cache from your browser or uninstall an app on your phone. Explain why it's running slow. For them, a full disk or a non-working device, it's not an annoyance. It's a brick wall between them and their life. So how about the people who don't have a way to get online? I'm not just talking about a computing device, but how do you connect it to anything? What we're talking about here is digital exclusion. And it's not just about computers, although that's a part of it. It could also be digital poverty, where someone can't afford or access sufficient private or secure connectivity to meet their essential needs. It's an official term from the charity that I work with, but you know. And then there's also digital poverty, where you lack the right tools for the job, whether that's hardware or even just enough of an understanding to do what to do with it once you've got that technology there. So this is quite abstract, though, so let's do a little thought experiment. Imagine you want to get the ticket to go and see something at the theatre, but you have no phone or computer. So how do you know what the price is? Well, you're going to have to travel there to get the price. Okay. So how do you know where you're going? How do you find out? You have to try and figure out your route there. So you're going to guess when the bus is going to come, because they don't tend to put times up on bus stops anymore, because everything's moved to a phone. Okay. Train times. Oh, train times is a bit easier. You can walk into a train station and There's a nice big signage board there. But what happens when the train's cancelled or it doesn't run that day? Okay, it's a bit more annoying. So you've managed to navigate from where you live to where you're going to get the ticket. You might have to pay more because you've not booked online. Or maybe the ticket office isn't open when you get there because, well, everyone buys tickets online these days, don't they? So you might have wasted 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours to get from where you live to where you want to go to buy the ticket, and you might have to come back later that day, or the next day, or in a week's time. You don't know. This is where, what I mentioned before, if you don't have a community sysadmin, or a support person, or a device that even works, just buying a theatre ticket becomes a logistical nightmare. And that means you're taxed in both time and money. But what if it's a bit more critical? That, what we just went through before, was for a theatre ticket. Now apply that friction to something like universal credit, your GP appointment, a job application. If you're digitally disadvantaged, it's not just an inconvenience. It's a barrier to getting your basic rights. It's a bit like indoor bathrooms. We all have them, mostly, I would imagine. But once an outdoor privy was the norm. But today, if someone lived without indoor plumbing, social services would be at the door. Why are we not in the same situation with computing? Anyway, digital access is now the same. It's not a luxury or a choice. It's an essential utility for basic societal engagement. Now, there is a bit of a toxic narrative that some people will see when it comes to this, that people don't try hard enough to get out of their tricky situations. And digital exclusion is just one of these things that they'll pick as that subject. Now, in some cases, that might be true. Some people, I'm sure, do not want to do things, and that's fine. That's up to them. But most of the people that PC Refurb, the charity I work with, sees, that's not our experience with them. It's about access to equipment, connectivity, and understanding. We've already established that many of you help your communities on day-to-day tasks, and you've seen how quickly a small issue can turn into a huge disaster that derails even the simplest things. In one case, we met a mother who's on a web-to-work program. It's one of the programs we do to help them get into jobs. And she was determined to get a job, but her phone was out of storage. Now, for us, that's not a disaster. You find an application, you find a document, you delete it, and it's fine. But she didn't know what to do. Apps were crashing, which meant she couldn't access the app she needed to apply for the job. She had no PC. We didn't need to give her any kit. So that's one of the big things that people say is, well, why don't you just give them a computer? We don't need to give them a computer. What we need to do is help her. We gave her the tools to understand what happened and the confidence to fix it for herself, which was great. We helped her clear her phone, and suddenly her app stopped crashing. She was able to organise an interview. She could get her foot in the door, given a chance. And that's all that any of us can really hope for. Now, I mentioned before, I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees for PC Refurb. We take hardware that the corporate world abandons, we refurbish it, and we get it into the hands of those that need it most. But we don't just move boxes. We breathe life into that older hardware by reinstalling the existing operating system if it still has life in it, or we install something like Chrome OS Flex if Windows has left it behind. We consider the communities around the recipients. So whilst we do take the hardware in and we give it out to people, we don't typically have the manpower or the space to be that holding hand for them forever and always. So we have to be cognizant of what they can work with, and that's why we chose Chrome OS Flex. And we try and help them move forwards without our help. It's more than that as well. In some cases, we're able to provide connectivity with SIM cards and routers for those who have got extremely difficult situations. And we help people get the skills they need to be able to use them. Like an older lady whose son insisted repeatedly that she didn't need help with her phone because that was what he was there for. But that's stopping her participating. We also help with refugees who need to navigate the UK benefit system, or the people who are at risk of being scammed by SMS messages. In other cases, we provide confidence to those who can do more. We teach volunteers how to work with computers. They help us take a computer from useless to useful, and then they learn actionable skills that can help them get new jobs. In fact, we had one that just got one this week, which is cool. And we help them develop themselves to improve their existing roles. Now, I mentioned before that we get computers. Now, weirdly, that's often harder than you'd think. Because when we ask companies for kit, we're often kind of disrupting the natural order for how they move kit through. You see, a company will buy an asset, they'll use it for a few years, and then they want to get rid of it. They'll often sell it to a recycler or scrap metal merchant. So the finance team get used to a nice little line that says, we had a piece of kit come in, we used it for 5 years, and then we got money back from it. The IT team will often see anything other than a recycler as a data loss risk. We're trying to change that view at least a little bit. So PC refurb, again, when you donate equipment to a charity, it can be a business benefit for a social responsibility program, for example. It can also be you can also turn that donation into a tax offset. And if you, like us, we've got the right tooling and the right process in place, we can document how we manage the risks. We can manage the WEEE compliance and data destruction. So we can turn the disposal headache for these organisations into a community asset. But it's really hard getting them to understand that that's not part of what they currently do and that they could be doing something better. Charities on the whole are run on grants and generosity. If you know a foundation, a Tech for Good fund, or a corporate social responsibility lead looking for a high-impact digital inclusion project, let's talk. I'll be at a stand outside. Please feel free to come and speak to me. And I will have my email address on one of the later slides as well. But talking of grants, I'm led to believe that many grants, including the recent government Digital Inclusion Fund programme, they want new projects. They don't really want to know that you'll just keep doing what you've always done, because that doesn't get to be a nice slide on a PowerPoint presentation for their management. They also want justification as well, that once they've finished doing a piece of work, you'll be around to carry it on. It's like a VC fund asking you to keep scaling out and ignoring the foundations underneath. I don't know how many of you have worked for organisations that operate like that. Very few grants recognise that charities of all stripes need to pay for staff, the basic running costs of their organisations. Most of the grants that you can get as a charity don't cover staffing costs. It's got to be to deliver new programmes. I'm not asking you to fix this, by the way, I'm just letting you know. I also mentioned before about a government inclusion fund. Now, to qualify for a grant from that, you needed to run a new program, had a few interesting catches to it. The program had to complete within 6 months. Well, that's great. Get cats. We don't help horses. We don't typically help little children. It's hard to convince donors that being offline is a fundamental disadvantage, because those who are excluded don't really have a voice to express themselves. Their struggles easily overlooked, and we have to remind people that no connection, they've got no chance. Now, I've finished selling the idea of why we're useful, what issues we have, but now let's talk about how you could be useful too. So this event is national, if not international in reach, and I want to know about groups who are doing any kind of digital inclusion work. Now, here there's a Google form. I know that not everyone's happy with Google Forms. If you're not comfortable, the QR code on that side is an email address that will come to me. Please do drop me a line if you know about any organisations that are doing anything to do with digital inclusion, whether that's recycling hardware, whether that's providing training, whether that's anything to help, basically. And the reason why I want to know this is there's quite a lot of organizations that do stuff like this, but we all typically are quite isolated. So we might know the next group along, and they might know the next group along from them, but we don't know what's happening. So I'm based in Glossop, which is near Manchester. We don't know what's happening in London. I was told earlier about a group that's down in Southampton. It's brilliant to hear that they're there, but we don't know anything about them. So part of the reason I want to know is that I want to be able to reach out to them and find out what challenges they're having. Because maybe as a group we can all work together, we can collaborate better, and we can go to the government and say, look, this 6-month thing, not really working for us. Can we try and find something better? Charities like PC Refurb, they need your support. If you've got training skills, so maybe you've learned how to do training through work, that'd be great. If you know how to put a computer together, or how to troubleshoot a phone that won't send messages, find a local group. Again, speak to me if you don't know where there is a group, because hopefully all the rest of you will be telling me where to find all these groups. That'd be great. And you can ask them what you can do to help. If you're in the Tameside, Derbyshire area, and you think you can help us, please use that email link over there again to get in touch with me, because I'll put you in touch with the people that can tell you what we can and can't do. If the company that you work for has a corporate social responsibility program, or they give grants to charities, or if they've got a charitable arm of their as a parent company, please find your local groups and let that CSR or grant team or grant organisation know about that group. If your IT team are getting rid of computers because they don't work with Windows 11, because that's the thing, tell them about your local groups. If you can't find one, again, drop me a line, and I'll see if I can put you in touch with someone. Worst case, maybe we'll get it shipped up to us. Who knows? Even if you can't volunteer today, remember that digital exclusion is a real thing, and without a connection, people genuinely have no chance at the moment. Help us and organisations like us to ensure that no one is left in digital poverty. So here's the link in the middle to the charity that I'm here to represent. As I said again, I'm out in the meeting area, so feel free to come up and talk to us about what we do, what sort of stuff we'll take. The networking forum that I mentioned is here, and my email address, again, is over there on the right. I also mentioned earlier, oh yeah, if you want to come and find me, please do. I'd love to talk about anything, everything to do with refurb, and I've also got one of our tech lead here to answer. Again, I'm chair of the board, so I don't know what happens day to day. Jay's got a bad chance of handling that stuff, but we'll see what we can do to help. So thank you very much. I think, are there any questions? Yes, sir. Oh, hang on, wait 1 second, we've got a microphone.
John, so firstly, do you know about Restart Project? They have a map of all of the PC donation points around the UK. I did note that you are on that map already in Gloucester. There are 4 others in Manchester.
So again, that's news to me,
Okay.
but
I'll send you a link, but you ought to go to restartproject.org, where to donate your computer. It's all there. The other point is repair cafes would seem a clear linkage in there. I run the Reading Repair Cafe. We get lots of computers from people coming in with similar sorts of problems. We clean them out of all the dust and muck and repair powered connector points that are broken, and sometimes we get software problems as well, like, you know, it won't boot or it won't think. So there should be a sort of linkage there between what you're doing and repair cafes, and there are, again, about 4 or 5 in Manchester.
So that's perfect, and I absolutely agree that's a great place if you are somebody that has got something that doesn't work, fantastic. I think the big area that we are trying to address in addition to that is where people don't have the equipment in the first place. So again, repair cafes, fantastic. You know, and again, I'm looking forward to having a better chat with you about that stuff as well, because I think, yeah, that's a really good and really useful thing. But what the problem often for the people that we end up dealing with, as I understand it, and again, I'm not doing the day-to-day stuff, but is that they don't have the thing to start with, or if they have got it, they don't know how to use it. And again, it's all about inclusion. So what you're doing is really helpful, and that's why I want to find out more about what you're doing. So I don't really know where to go from that, but yes, thank you very much for that. Over the back there.
Do you find that the kind of ecosystem of like build your own from a Pi or like an ESP32 or whatever is too overwhelming for the kind of folks that you want to help? And how do you think people, organizations that build stuff for those kinds of things can help you out, if they can?
So I can only really speak from the very limited knowledge that I have of these things. My feeling is that most of the people that we deal with wouldn't know what the letters ESP and 32 strung together actually meant. I come from a generation where playing with computers was fun and interesting, and people did that as a hobby. And you have to be a specific kind of person now to have that as an interest or a hobby. And that's why I was saying if you're the sort of person that can be the IT support for your community, then yeah, you being able to provide them with a computer from, you know, a Raspberry Pi or something is great. But I don't think most people would even know where to start with that. Most people can barely drive a mobile phone. So.
And my thought was, it's one thing having the device, another thing actually using it effectively. So it's kind of like maybe tangential a little bit to this, but I just wondered if you've come across any initiatives to make things like Android phones, iPhones accessible to people on the digital divide who are new to, you know, smartphones and new devices.
I haven't, but again, unfortunately, I hate the fact I keep having to say this. I'm not doing stuff on the day-to-day. What I will say is Jay, who's at the front here, he and I will be at the desk, and I'd love to have a chat with you about that. So that would be great. Thank you. Wait 1 second, there's a microphone coming around.
Thanks very much for a very interesting talk. What occurs to me is, like, my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law, bless her, she was very resistant to the idea of using any computer technology, and willfully wanted me, for instance, or my wife, to do everything for her in that respect. So how do you go about communicating to people that this can be useful, and etc.?
I think the unfortunate fact of life these days is that you can't really participate in society without having computer access in some way, shape, or form. Now, I think from the way you phrased the question, it sounds like you were already providing the support to that person so that they didn't need to learn how to do it, which is, there is an argument to be made that that is about as selfless as you can be. Speaking slightly from personal experience on that one as well. I think if you don't have that community around you, then people are going to be forced into having to work with computers. I don't know what it's like where you are, but my local GP surgery will not give you an appointment without booking it through their website.
village, and it has like a community hall with computers and like a leaflet which they distribute and encourage people to come in. But, so do you work with those organizations as well to encourage that?
Yeah, we absolutely do. And in fact, we have a standing presence in a local community centre where we are. We've got computers set up for them. We've got trainers that go in once a week, once every 2 weeks, depends on, once a week, to provide the support to the people that turn up. Now, again, like you were intimating, some people don't have the interest. They might turn up and say, do it for us. There's not much you can do about that. But yes, we absolutely have space and places. We have groups all across, and again, this is purely from where we are, but we have spaces across 2 counties that we will have people come to us and use the spaces that we make available to them to give them the skills to work rather than relying on other people.
And
So.
could we get in touch with you about that?
Please do. I would love, genuinely, I don't know if it's clear, I love talking to people. So, and there are lots of people here who will absolutely testify to that. So please, if you want to come and speak to me and Jay afterwards, anytime this weekend, we'd love to talk to you. If you want to email me about the groups in your area, please do. If you want to tell them about us, perfect.
Thank you.
I'd love to hear from you. There is a hand at the back, and I'm also conscious we've got about 5 minutes before the end of this slot. So if there are any other questions after that one, please come and find me outside. Like I said, I'd love to talk to you.
Sort of off the back of the last question, my grandmother has been diagnosed with dementia, and again, I'm the family member that's continuing to go out. It's a brilliant initiative that you've got, but have you also thought about not just contacting other organisations like yourself, but maybe other charities like Alzheimer Awareness and Dementia UK in order to work with them on strategies to fill this gap?
So I can't speak to specifically what we have and haven't done because I don't have the day-to-day operational knowledge. But what I will say is we do work quite closely with the charities in our area, and I would like to hope that most of the charities are part of broader groups of charities that work together. I don't really know the right term for how that works. I think, but there are communities around the UK that act as a touch point for other charities to talk to. Now, specifically around larger national charities, I really couldn't speak to how that works, and I would imagine that varies on an area-by-area basis. But again, if you've got any contact in the organisation that you are dealing with Alzheimer's UK or those sorts of groups, and you could ask them who they would go to get help, and then tell me about it, that would be amazing, because I'd love to speak to them and find out, if there's anything that we're doing that they could get help from. If there's anything, and again, part of the reason that I want to get this networking stuff done is because I know that we do several areas of this digital inclusion work, and maybe there's things that we're missing. Again, the dementia side of things, the accessibility side of things, that would be something that I'd need to talk to the team and find out what they're doing around that. But maybe there's things that we're doing that other charities, other groups that are doing digital inclusion work don't know about, aren't aware that are possibilities, that maybe we could bring some of our documentation, some of our processes, some of our procedures, some of the hurdles we've gone through to get there, and kind of help them move forwards as well. Because ultimately, what we're all trying to do is help people. And there's nothing better than helping people. So, right, that's me done. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. It's been a pleasure to talk to you today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alex, and I'm here today to talk about my project called CookLang, and it's a simple markup language for recipes. I will talk about my journey, which took 5 years and brought me to a position where I just ask AI to create me a meal plan for next 3 days, and next day I get all my groceries delivered to my door. But before I start there, I want to give an overview of my understanding of how digital recipes work in modern world. So essentially, if you imagine yourself in a supermarket and you want to buy ingredients for your dumpling recipe you find online, so you'll experience something like this. So like some cookie pop-up, some ads appearing from nowhere, some videos, very long text, and good luck finding ingredients there. And this is very common, so this is by design. This is how industry works. Publishers want to get traffic from Google so they can show more ads. They make longer pages, and so they can put more ads and make more profits. And the biggest problem, I think, is that Google penalized duplicates. And you need to make a twist or to change ingredients, add a paragraph to a recipe to make it unique, and that becomes untested recipe. So they take tried and true recipe, which for decades was polished, and break it. So this works completely opposite way of what we expect. So it's not tailored to produce good food, but to just add more profits to their pockets. Okay, so the best recipes, not those are that published, but once you get from your friends, that recipe is basically shared. So someone gives that not for money, but just for free. And when I come to dinner to my friend and I ate beautiful quiche, I just ask for a recipe and she pulls out a notebook and I take a photo. And now it lives in my camera roll. And sometimes it's like in WhatsApp messages or scattered as bookmarks, so it's basically everywhere. But another problem I want to highlight is that if you don't have much time, you can't really properly plan your meal, your week, for example, what you want to cook, because it takes lots of effort and brain power. And if you have like me, like full-time job, also you do a side project and raising your kids. And at the moment when you're in a supermarket and you don't have a plan and you're hungry, you kind of stick to a recipe you know well, which has a few ingredients, and some weeks I just eat pasta for dinner, so that happens. And I'm not in a position to trust app recommendations because the recipes they give you are essentially the same recipes I just showed you, and they're not trusted. I can spend hour or two cooking something, expecting some nice results, but then it turns out bad. So I want to just build my recipes, grow it over time, and then something that uses it to plan meals for me. And just a side question here is that, so we approach finance very seriously. We plan for months. We research mortgage rates, we research pension, we understand taxes. But food is, I think, equally important because with food, you can get good mood, positive emotions easily. Your health depends on it, and longevity as well. So, but we approach it very randomly, right? And I don't understand why is it. I don't have answer to this question. Just a side note. And the whole thing brings me to understanding that we don't really care about recipes, we care about great food, right? So we want to enjoy it. And recipe is just a tool. When you go to a restaurant, you order food, you eat it, and if you enjoy it, you don't really care what was the recipe which is used for creating this food. So, and current digital recipe world is broken. And then I thought maybe we can fix it with files. So if you store recipe as a file, something like this, you just take method and you tag your ingredients with @ symbol, the same way you do it for in social networks when you want to tag a person. And then you put amount into curly braces. So you get this recipe now. So it can be still, you can edit in any editor, but at the same time, machines can't understand it because it's very easy to extract ingredients from this. And I built a CLI, which I want to just show quickly. Essentially, I store my recipes in folders like this. I get files in those folders, and then they have a cook extension, and editor will show it with syntax highlighted. And in front, you can put like a YAML front matter, so whatever information you want to store about the recipe is there. And if you run CLI, cook shopping list, you provide list of recipes you want to get shopping list for, and boom, it gives you shopping in my shop. This all done with this aisle configuration file, so you can change order to match your shopping layout. And there is an old joke that the worst enemy of supermarkets is a man with the list, and I think in this case I am even worse than that. Anyways, if we return back to the story, one sec. So I basically publish a blog post how I almost automated grocery shopping, and also posted a link on Hacker News about my project. And I got very good discussion there. It went to front page, and lots of people started building their like own parsers or applications and form a small community around it. So I thought, okay, there is interest in the project. I may just continue because curiosity brings me to like, okay, I never tried mobile app development. How does it look like? And so I created a mobile app. I created a sync library, which allows you to have your recipes on desktop. You can organize them because it's very easy to work with files in desktop. Rename it, like replace in all files, ingredient name, for example. And then it will sync to a phone. So when you go shopping, you don't need to bring your laptop. You just use phone and see what shopping list you have. And also in the kitchen, you just use it for cooking when you need. But that's almost part of my story bothered me. So I just want to see how can I do full automation. So when I just feed recipes, and it will give me back all ingredients just at my door. And there are a few problems there. First of all, I need some notion of like pantry. So if I order salt every time, I probably have like a huge amount of it in a few months. So I just quickly bundle some configuration file which will remove ingredients I have in my pantry, and also some neat things like when expiration date and alert when it's low. So you can, whatever time you want to invest in managing it, you can spend there. And also it has a command now, the CLI, that allows you to find what pantry items you should have, so you can cook as most recipes from your collection. So that was the first problem. Next thing is that if you put basil in search in your shop, I don't know how algorithm works, but probably some promotion of products. So they, instead of basil leaves, they give you tomato and basil soup for some reason. So I can't really rely on automatic search. So I need to have a mapping between what ingredient I have on my side and shop ingredients on their side. So I basically need to find all the links. And just a side note, it was a time when AI tooling became decent enough, so it's hugely accelerated my progress along the way. Okay, let's have a look at this feature which I added to support those links. So essentially, as I said, we need to have a list of all URLs list of all URLs. So the automation script can take these URLs for ingredients and add to shopping cart. And to create this, I created this template engine, which essentially allows you to, given list of ingredients, exclude pantry and produce this YAML format with list of URLs. So another thing I needed to do is this DB function. Essentially, what it does is it checks the local plain text database, and it finds for this specific ingredient, it will find URL. So when we write it like this, it will actually go to ingredient name and then shopping, super value, and URL, which is, I'll just run it and see how it looks in action. So there is a command report, you pass template, path, and you pass recipe and data store path, and it will just produce this YAML for you. And now, essentially, you have array of all those links, which shopping script can take and order from shop itself. Probably it's not the easiest way to solve this problem, but I want to use it later because you can create this report and, for example, for Nutri-Score. So with Nutri-Score, you can, for each recipe, calculate nutrition values and then evaluate this and say, okay, I need to change this recipe so it's more healthier or something. Let's go back again. Okay, probably no more demos. So I have this list of URLs, and now I ask AI to create me a UI automation which will run the browser, and it will click through all ingredients and add them. So first, it kind of starts this browser window, which is just a temporary session. So I need to log in and select a delivery slot, and then I kind of press enter, and it will add ingredients into shopping cart. And as of now, there is no understanding of amounts, so I'm still working on this. But there is a community version which can actually solve this problem. Well, essentially, the next big problem I have is that I need to select what I cook, because it really takes time to find a balanced diet. And even I have hundreds of recipes, selecting what matches well with with what is a kind of big job. And I noticed that recipes are fractal in nature. So each recipe contains of steps, and each step is actually a small mini recipe. And sometimes you have a section like a dough or sauce, which is actual recipe and so on. And if we go other way, basically meal plan is a recipe itself, right? So if I show you again the meal plan, so it's the same syntax, it just has menu file, so applications can render it in a different way. Whatever way you want to organize it, you can do. And it will then render in something like this. So if I go back to slides, I have, so basically I have this meal plan format, but I need to hook it to AI. And basically, my idea was to use an editor with AI support, like Cursor, and I 3 times started from scratch building my own editor, and it's a very hard task, and I gave up because there are lots of elements which are kind of intuitive, you don't even notice them, but as soon as you build something, you notice that, okay, there is missing this piece and that piece, and it's big work. And if you wipe code it, it's just dead end because AI creates so much garbage at some point that it's not maintainable. Then I tried to just build a prototype with TUI application, which I used to create those meal plans, and it worked. Well, it was a bit clumsy, and it seems like there was no interest from community, so I decided to give up on it. So at the end, even I hate JavaScript applications, I forked VS Code and added some Golang support to it and AI, which kind of understand the context, best practices, and yeah, it works. And I was really happy with the results, and I was really lucky about AI being like language. So plain text was accidentally future-proof for me because LLMs can freely read it, write, search across multiple files, and it's kind of native environment for them. So if it was a database, it's not possible. And now I'm at this point where I can do ask AI, create me a meal plan for 3 days, and I take my recipes, check all the old files I have as for my meal plans, and it will check my settings and produce me something. And also I have this automation which organizes delivery. So I can just cook and enjoy my food, but still quite a few problems to solve, so I kind of continue my journey at this point. There is a small community around this, so it's kind of self-organized. Someone created a Discord server, and people discuss their ideas, people share their applications and stuff. And I also built this tool called Golang Federation, and essentially what it does, it pulls recipes from all like published sources. For example, if someone maintains the recipes on GitHub, they can add this to the feed. There is also, if you have like a website, you can publish RSS-like feed, and it will aggregate all those recipes, make them searchable, so you can search by ingredient or cookware. For example, if you have slow cooker, then you can search just slow cooker. And there was also a nice story about someone who built a diabetes management system based on Golang, and they kind of enrich with data all ingredients, and it would produce them feedback on recipes if it's a good idea to eat this food or not. And yeah, that's my journey so far. And at this point, yeah, I'm not the same person who, like 5 years ago, trying to find those ingredients on my phone. And I learned a lot of things, of course, like how to build a language server or text syntax highlighting. But probably it's not really that important. I changed myself. I grew as a person, I think, and I changed priorities in my life. I learned how to say no, how to figure out how to work with community and all these things. Yeah, that wraps up my talk. Thank you so much. Questions? Yeah, of course, if there are any.
Thanks for the talk. Sorry, I missed the beginning, so I was wondering, why did you not use recipe XML? Or is that already explained?
Yeah, it's a good question because there are many recipe formats. Like there is recipe schema, recipe XML, but I want it to be very lightweight and human readable. So those formats usually work well for computers, but if you want to quickly go to editor and change it, you're basically doomed because you need to maintain XML markup and everything like this. So, well, also, as I said, curiosity probably my main motivator. It was like COVID lockdown time. We had like 10 days off from work, and I had itch for parser, so I decided to like build something very simple but self-contained.
Hi. So first of all, thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to ask about, does the cooklang take into consideration the localized names of the recipe? So to give an example, corn flour, which is used in UK as a thickener, but it has different name in United States, in American recipes, which is cornstarch, and same goes for the cornmeal, which is corn flour in United States. So in terms of automating the search for products based on the list of ingredients, does the cooklang support it, or is this going to be like introduced in the future and such?
So you're asking if in cooklang you write the recipe in like different localizations, right?
Yeah. So basically, to avoid, because some people may confuse corn flour in America and the United Kingdom, for example, and same goes for similar names in other countries.
So yeah, it doesn't have kind of distinct list of ingredients. So you can, whatever word you want to use as ingredient, like laptop, even you can use it. It's just checks the recipe file, and whatever is marked as @ symbol, with that @ symbol, it considers ingredient, but it doesn't have any dictionary or anything like this. There is also some people came and say, oh, we can use it for logging biochemical reactions. So in the universities, they have a lab which they do a lot of experiments, and they need to log ingredient, like chemical reactions, and I don't know if they use it or not, but that was the idea. So it doesn't really matter what ingredient is called.
Where is cooklang going next? Because basically, when I was watching that, there are a million ideas that were going through the head of devices that already exist that use similar functionality, but you seem to have stumbled upon the step that all of them are missing.
Okay, I didn't understand second half of the question. Could you please repeat?
So have you ever come across a device called a Tocket OmniCook as an example?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
So it's mainly used in Eastern Europe, and it's a device where it has a smartphone attached to it, and this device can cook all recipes in an automated way. All you have to do is just put it in.
Oh.
You seem to have taken half of the steps of that and automated a lot of it in a much more easy to understand way. So my question really was, so for instance, creating a recipe for one of these devices is a real pain, but you seem to have streamlined it and made it so much easier. And there are other applications with smart fridges as well. So obviously it's a work in progress. So where do you see Cooklang going next, based on the fact that you seem to be getting it right, where so many other places are getting it wrong?
We had similar discussion. Yeah, someone, I think one of the manufacturers, they came and like inquired about this, and essentially idea was to add new type of like a verb, like mix or I don't know, needs or whatever, which allow you to write those recipes. Well, I guess I don't have like any personal motivation for this, and if this work is supported, probably we can do it, but as of now, community doesn't use this feature, and we just work on something else. But it's possible, I guess, yeah. Yeah, we have, there is a GitHub repository for specification, and there are like lots of different ideas there. And usually I just pick whatever kind of I find most interesting next and implement it slowly. But yeah, there are lots of cool ideas there.
One such possibility, a recipe doesn't just have to be for food, for anything that takes a mixture of things. As you said, people in the labs are using it for chemical reactions. I've always had it in my mind to do something with the myriad of alcoholic beverages in my house, and this is possibly a good route of that. And I was wondering if people are already out there doing cocktail recipes and using Cooklang for it.
Could be, yeah.
Oh, you're not aware, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, I think it is possible. I think probably next thing for me would be to use this AI agent to, like, for example, AI agents to evaluate meal plan and then iterate it so it kind of achieves goals. For example, you can say, okay, I'm going to a gym and I want 50% of my diet to be proteins, right? And then AI will do this report, create this report saying, calculate percentage of proteins in this meal plan, and then if it see it's like 30%, then it will modify meal plan, maybe search new recipes online, and then or some trusted sources, and then modify meal plan to achieve this goal. So my next probably project will be to create this loop to achieve so AI works better. All right.
I've got time for one last question.
You were mentioning the difficulties in kind of automating, figuring out what ingredients to order on a grocery store. Have you thought about defining like a standard API and then like offering it to the grocery stores for them to implement?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you so much for your attention.
tab will be extended for every member that joins. So get joining.
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Say it louder, say it louder. You're the question, you're the answer. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time.
first things up, now you seem brand new to me. But was that even for? Was you playing your games? Was you really bored? No. I really should've known. We were dynamite till we hit a red light. Did I see the signs? Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it's not for us. No, you can't decide. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. After all this time, this is it for us. Oh, I really should've known. We were dynamite till we hit a red light. Then I see the side. Oh, after all that time, this is it for us. You don't wanna try. Thought your love was real, but it's not for us. No, you can't decide. After all this time, this is it for us. first sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. If only for a moment. If only for a moment. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment.
hope everyone enjoyed lunch. And now, with a slight delay, as we used AI to try and debug HDMI, slime, slop, and sabotage with Martin Hamilton.
Thank you. Yeah, that's actual intelligence, as in human beings. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about three things, which are loosely called slime, slop, and sabotage. Not to be taken too literally, but it's quite a nice kind of alliterative thing. It just rolls off your tongue. And you'll see some out for you messages underneath images and things. The idea of that is to give people who can't see the images so well a bit of information about what's in them, or at least it's a screenshot of an article in Wired or whatever. So trying to kind of make what could be quite an inaccessible talk just a little bit more accessible. And you'll see a mystery geodesic dome with a radiation warning label on it. We might talk about that later on. I'm going to try and rattle through this as quickly as I can, because we lost a few minutes playing with HDMI leads. So let's see how that goes. I should say these slides will all be online later on. I'm going to post a URL to them, and I'll pop it on Mastodon, and I'll pop it on the OggCamp matrix as well. But really the subtitle here is why the confusion happens. And this is something, you may have seen this from a certain popular AI model, and when it sort of starts backsliding and vacillating, it kind of goes, oh, you see, this is why the confusion happens. And really, my message to you here today is that you can be the reason the confusion happens. And this will make sense as we go along. But there is one thing that we need to do before we really get started. So, sorry about this, but it's just how it is now for everything, really. So I just need to quickly check that you are all human. I'm not going to do that, actually. But I think it would be quite nice to, if everyone could just do a little beep for the robots. Could you do that? A bit louder? Yay. And could we have, wouldn't want furries to get left out, so could we have a woo for the furries? Oh, very nice. Thank you. So I'm not forcing you to verify that you're human, but I think you've done it quite effectively, actually. And so there is a QR code. It's a helpful QR code. I'll just leave that on the screen for a moment, and there will be a link on my website, which is martinh.net. And I was just waiting to hear, that's actually a QR code for a very important media file, which some of you may be familiar with. It's actually a chiptune, Never Gonna Give You Up. This is the real QR code. And that's kind of my point of my talk, is that a lot of people, particularly people stood on podiums at stages at events and writing in newspapers and appearing on TV and what have you, they tell us a whole bunch of stuff. That link doesn't work yet, by the way, so teasers. It will later. They tell us a whole bunch of stuff, and some of it, you just want to be a little bit thoughtful about it. So we're going to talk about generative AI. We're going to talk about the nature of reality. What is real? And how can we shape that? People are trying to shape it for us. How can we contribute to that and shape it in ways that we would like to? And sabotage. Sabotage is a game that everyone can play. It's something for the whole family. There will be, I've called it trace amounts of slop, but you had one already, that screenshot from the friendly chatbot. And I don't know, has anybody seen any orphan sources? Any Geiger counters gone off? Not yet. Good, that's encouraging. And there may also be bonus tetrapod content from time to time. Oh, thank you. There's one now. Yeah, so that whole thing, that whole thing about the nature of reality, there's a fancy term for it, epistemic damage, and you sometimes see it called epistemic violence. People trying to control and shape what we think is real. And this is not a conspiracy theory cult. It's, you know, it's literally what you're exposed to every day. You open a newspaper, you turn the TV on, you get an algorithmically curated feed of stuff in an app which you think is what's going on in the world. But some things are real, and indisputably, like the autonomous spherical republic of Kugelbugel, which is in a park in Vienna. Has anyone been to Kugelbugel? Disappointing. I would say, you know, if you've got a bucket list, becoming a citizen of Kugelmugel, think about it. It could be good. But it's a real thing, probably. I mean, I've never been there, but I'm assured, and actually I'm assured by Wikipedia, which has become one of the most trustworthy, most authoritative sources of information. That's an interesting turnout. And there's a place, I'm going to mangle the pronunciation here, I'm sure, called Baal Hertog in Belgium, which is real, probably. And is noted for its complicated borders. So I don't know if you can make this out, but on the image on the screen, we've got a whole load of yellow, and we've got a sort of lighter colour, just sort of pastel, vanilla sort of colour. The yellow is Belgium, and the lighter colour is the Netherlands. So the complicated borders between Baal Hertog and Baal Nassau, one of them is in Belgium, the other one is in the Netherlands. Also, Baal Nassau is noted for its complicated borders with Baal Hertog. There's one just there. So literally, you know, the tables on the left-hand side of this picture are in the Netherlands, and then there's some tiles with a little plus, 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 plus. That's the border. This is an EU border between two countries, and there are, I think there's something like 30 of those in those two towns. If you've ever, if you're familiar with the story The City and the City, then this is kind of, you know, it's quite on brand. And someone's just put up a swing which you can sit on, and you can swing between the two countries, and under Schengen, you can do that. That is a thing that you can do, currently. Or so we believe. On the other hand, there are things that aren't real. They're definitely not real. So, for instance, Peter Thiel is not harvesting the blood of the young. And I feel like I have to be very clear about that, because we wouldn't want anyone to think otherwise. And there's some lovely tetrapods on that picture, which is purely coincidental. They just look nice, and I happen to, oh, thank you. Just happened to have them on my screen when I took that picture of Peter Thiel with vampire fangs, which he absolutely does not possess, as far as we know. But there are some people who are harvesting the blood of the young, or were. This particular company has gone bust now. They're called Ambrosia, and they would sell it to you. So I think it was $8,000 a litre. That's a screenshot there of a shopping cart. Someone has loaded up a couple of plasma infusions from young people's blood. This is a real thing which really exists, or existed. It's kind of come back again. The company that did this originally went bust, and they kind of reinvented themselves, but there's quite a few that are doing this. And there's a medical technique called parabiosis, which is where you sort of connect the the bloodstreams, let's say, of two creatures together, and they live in a sort of symbiotic relationship. And we should probably keep our eyes on that. That could be a thing. Peter Thiel, not consuming, as far as we know. And then something else that feels quite strange, and maybe ought not to exist in our reality. Maybe there are some ethical issues with this. Human brain organoids on a chip, and so people use induced pluripotent stem cells to from a blood sample, maybe from a young person, to create brain cells, and then they put them on a chip, and they put what's effectively cerebrospinal fluid on, it's nicely lubricated, and they play Doom now, apparently, and they grow up so fast. And there are several startups that are doing this, so that this was kind of cutting edge science a few years ago, and it's now becoming a product, and that's quite hard for me personally to get my brain around. We're saying, oh, we'll just just grow some brain cells, and maybe they can do other things. They could probably do spreadsheets in between Doom and other things. It's all good. When I first heard about this, I thought, whose brain cells, actually? And, I'm not going to hark back to Peter Thiel again, but, imagine if a bit of you lived on forever, like Henrietta Lacks, a bit of you lives on forever, a slave to the machine. You're a brain cell inside a chip, inside a data center somewhere. It's not quite like that, because they culture them from nothing. They don't kind of pop your skull open and scrape a little bit out. So these brain cells don't know anything better. Are they conscious? Do they have a soul? Do they feel things? Don't know. No one's asked that question really yet. Maybe we should. And slime molds. Yeah, so this is the tenuous connection to the slime in the title of my talk. This paper, actually, I think is absolutely wonderful. It's called Perspectives from the Annual Slime Mold. And I like to picture the slime mold, kind of saying, I'd like to interject, if I might, for a moment. There are people who are trying to use slime molds as a kind of primitive computing device. And you can get them to do things like solve mazes. Now, whether that is actually a demonstration that they could be useful in like general purpose computing or something, or maybe they're just very good at solving mazes, remains to be seen. But the point of this part of my talk is really that there are stranger things in the world than we might necessarily have known about or imagined, and some of them are real. Let's imagine that you're you're the boss of a big company, you're a go-getting founder who's got all kinds of big plans. Imagine people are saying to you, well, what's your slime strategy? What's your plan? Because get on board the slime train, or you'll be left behind. People will laugh at you. They'll point at you and go, hey, you're not even doing slime yet. Never mind organoids. And of course that's not happening yet. But we do know that that's happening in another area. And I'm just gently moving us into that area. Through the medium of talking about cults. So that whole thing of like, well, okay, people aren't gearing up to sell you slime mold anything just yet, as far as I know. But of course, a lot of people are gearing up to try and convince you that you need to embed AI into everything that you do. And some people have, let's say, just taken this really to heart. And we hear phrases like one shot. This person's now one-shotting their development or stuff like that. it's a little bit alarming. For me, I'm a kind of hobbyist developer now, and I maintain a couple of projects, and people send me code, and sometimes I look at it and I can understand it, and yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. But sometimes I get a pull request which is just, I'm going to stereotype by saying 10,000 lines of unintelligible gobbledygook. But you know, it compiles, and it runs, and it sort of does what we expected it to. How do we feel about that? And if challenged, this has been a real eye-opener for me, is that if challenged, those people will generally get extremely defensive. You know, everyone's doing it. What do you mean? Come on, get with the program. And this does make me wonder. So it does make me wonder about cults and how easy it is for people to become enmeshed. Oh, thank you. How easy it is for people to become enmeshed in cults, even imaginary ones like this tetrapod cult, which does not exist. There is no such thing. And there's a good example of this actually from just after World War II. So I talked about this a little bit at Y, so apologies if you heard that talk. I won't do it all, because in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. But after World War II, a lot of people, certain people, mostly in America, had access to nukes. And there was a whole swathe of ideas about, well, you know, we've got these nukes, what can we do with them? And so Project Plowshare, a related project which was part of that called Project Carryall, that was all about, you know, maybe we could use them in civil engineering. You know, we want to make a new highway, there's a few inconvenient mountains, stuff like that. Just nuke them, you know. What could go wrong? It's fine, you know, it's all good. And this was a real thing. I'm not making this up. Well, I found it on the internet. It must be true. It was even on Wikipedia. And this is an example of the kind of thing. So when I said, you know, there's an inconvenient mountain in the way, well, what if we just dropped 23 nuclear bombs on it? You know, just going to boop, 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 boop. And what do you know? The mountain is gone. Okay, there's a slightly inconvenient giant crater, but you know, we can kind of fill that in. And this was not taken as some kind of wild-eyed conspiracy theory madness at the time. It was like, yeah, okay, maybe we should give it a try. Of course, they didn't just say, you know, okay, who's going first? They actually did do some analysis. There were lots of discussions. There were committee meetings. Probably like the committee meetings and management meetings that some of you have been to, where people are saying things like, you know, should we get into this, what's it called, model context protocol? That sounds like it could be a big thing in the future. And you might go, well, I'm not so sure. Lots and lots of meetings, lots of reports. So this particular one, you know, it concluded, well, it can be done safely. So California Highway Engineering Department, well-known nuclear experts, concluded that it could be done, and it could be done for significantly less than the conventional method of constructing highways. Does that sound familiar at all? You know, we're going to do this thing, which might possibly seem a little bit destructive, but it's going to save us money in the long run. They did consult safety experts, and one or two problems with this. And there's a sort of impedance mismatch there, which I feel very strongly when I see the AI safety conversations, because it's like there's this real enormous, gigantic, crater-sized hazard, or, you know, asteroid hurtling towards the planet. And the people who are being asked, well, is this okay? They aren't used to really kind of thumping the table and saying, you've got to be out of your mind. This is incredibly dangerous. We shouldn't do this. So we didn't get quite far. We got quite far with this plan. I would say it was eventually cancelled, so this did not happen, which is probably for the best. But there were lovely little vignettes in the reports, like, oh, there could be occasional rock projectiles. Let me see, so up to 1,200 meters from the explosions. And, you know, one of the places they were proposing to do this, there was a town nearby, but the people could always go and live somewhere else. It's not really a problem. And actually, you know, we said it would save money. Well, you know, we don't actually know what the nukes cost because that's classified, that's a secret, but I'm pretty sure it could save money. And again, does that ring any bells? And, you know, yeah, sure, we're going to use this agentic AI system and it's going to save us loads of money. The salesman said so. So, you know, if you if you're part of this conversation around Project Carryall, Project Plowshare, all these statements on this slide, these bullet points, it probably seemed entirely rational. You know, what is your nuclear excavation strategy? I mean, come on. Like, you want to save money, and there's a thing I didn't include here about missing toes. I'll leave you to look that one up, but it's not a Fallout reference. It's a geological thing. You know, but everyone's doing it. So, you know, don't want to get left behind. And that leads me to, this is really my primary point, which is when we talk about AI, what's very common is that people will say, so yeah, if we just kind of put the ethical stuff to one side, you know, we've got this incredibly powerful tool, and I mean, I'm purposely drawing an analogy here with nuclear explosives. We've got this incredibly powerful tool. It can transform all kinds of things, possibly into giant smoking craters in some cases, but it's incredibly powerful. We can do so much with it. If we just put the ethics, that annoying stuff, just put that to one side. So yeah, you know, we all remember this, right? So a couple of years ago, Google's AI overview was saying, well, you know, you put some Elmer's glue, I think it is, on your pizza, and it will stop the cheese from sliding off. And of course, the reason it did that was someone posted it. I think it was on Reddit, and you know, so also source for eat a small rock every day because you know experts recommended it, and these very credulous AI training systems just hoover all this stuff up. And the big lie in all of this, the thing that we trick ourselves about, we try maybe not to think about, is when you get found out, you put what they call a guardrail in place. So you go, no, we're not going to say that anymore. That guardrail applies to that specific situation. It doesn't mean that it's not going to give you wrong advice or, you know, tell you the wrong kind of mushrooms to forage for in the forest. It doesn't do any of that. The guardrail is just about that one particular circumstance. So that's not ideal. And then kind of diving deeper into the ethics. So this is from last September. Screenshot from Fortune, but it was quite widely reported. And there are dozens of similar stories. So if ever built, and of course we know that's a real question, a lot of these data centers might not get built, but if the data centers that OpenAI were envisaging got built, in this particular example, they would use close to the total electricity demand of Switzerland and Portugal combined. So this is just like, you know, a few data centers versus entire countries. And we've seen similar examples where, you know, one data center would use the same amount of electricity as New York, the same amount of electricity as San Diego, San Francisco. And If we put the ethics to one side, then we don't need to worry about that. It's fine. It's all fine. Some of us were over at Kraken earlier on, and their co-founder was saying, yeah, data centers. Yeah, you know, you're running your GPUs at full tilt. If someone tells you to stop doing that because actually there's not enough grid electricity to go around, but he didn't say this, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, we want to kind of flex in response to renewable energy supply and battery storage. But these things don't really want to flex. They want to get the biggest bang per buck. And there's been a lot of talk about water consumption, and a lot of it is sort of unsubstantiated. And I thought this was very interesting. I call them thirsty ghosts because I like to come up with these tortured metaphors, but Thames Water are actually saying, well, we don't really know. We don't really know how much water the data centres that people are putting planning applications in for right now are going to consume. Oh, and yeah, don't forget we do actually have hosepipe bans and you know, kind of long periods where we're in a drought situation. So I didn't include a slide on this, but there's a cunning plan to use treated sewage to cool AI data centres. And now I'm wishing that I had included that slide. I might retcon it onto the online version. And yeah, oh, copyright, yeah, that's another one of those annoying ethical things. You know, it's great that we've got this tool that we can just go to and say, summarize anything, you know, write me a love letter in the style of, you know, James Joyce or something like that. And he'll go, yeah, sure, boss. How do you know how to do that? Wow, how did it know? And there's a screenshot here of this rather wonderful article where there was some whistleblowing about Meta allegedly torrenting their training data from sites like Anna's Archive. And a wonderful quote from a staff member saying, yeah, it feels a bit wrong to be doing this on my corporate laptop on the corporate network. And I feel like there was probably a reply that said, so do it at home, yeah? Or something, you know, just don't get caught. But there we are. And the result of that is, I'd like to thank Matthew for this. So the result of this is that we can now talk about sloppy pasta, which I managed to slide in here at the last minute. So once upon a time, copyright and intellectual property were super important, and people would, you know, fight you in court over it. And suddenly they don't matter. Or do they? Maybe they do for some people, but not for others. Maybe they matter if you're a normal person, but not if you're a gigantic corporate entity. And this should give us pause for thought, because the normal people, like translators, artists, musicians, they've gotten a bit of a rough deal out of even just the last couple of years. You know, if we say, what does the future look like if these things are not addressed? Well, the answer is maybe it's just a hobby. You know, maybe only a handful of people can make a living doing these things. Maybe that's wrong. And we could talk all day about Mecca government. Actually, that's probably not too surprising when you think about it right now, but that should not be a thing, and we shouldn't be getting into bed with people that do this kind of thing. I didn't put a Palantir slide on, but you can imagine a big Palantir logo popping up and then disappearing again. So yeah, there's all that, and that's not even the half of it, because there's the abuse of the humans involved in training the models who've had a pretty rough deal. There's a whole load of stuff. One that I'm personally quite exercised about is just not being able to get to anything anymore. Everything is locked away, it's paywalled, there's you know, a web application firewall that stops you getting in because it thinks you're a bot. And this breaks the open web, it breaks our concept of the digital commons. And it's pretty rubbish. So that's why we have tetrapods. This is to liven things up, make us feel good, make us feel a bit more positive, a bit more upbeat, and just don't ask an AI to make you one. So this was a little experiment I did because I 3D printed a tetrapod lamp, which was designed by, thank you very much. Designed by a chap called Ripper, some of you will know from MetaLab. But I thought, well, what AI models can do all kinds of stuff. Maybe it can write me an OpenSCAD model, which is like a computer program that turns into a 3D model. And yeah, sort of. And it's when you see something like this that the full enormity comes home to you, because it doesn't know what this is. This is just some words. It doesn't know that these bits are meant to be joined together in a particular way. They're just words. And, you know, somewhere in its training data are some OpenSCAD examples. So it's like, oh, yeah, I can kind of auto-complete this. I can do something with this. There's no way of knowing that it's done a pretty lousy job. Before anyone jumps in, I'm aware of a mixture of experts, RAG, there are all kinds of techniques to get more AIs to check the output of the first AI. But go back to the ethics question, you know, if we think that perhaps the beginning place was a bit dodgy, do we want to go further? So we have so many questions, but really it boils down to there are real harms here. There are real harms, and do we take those seriously? Or do we go, sucks, but yeah, you know, sometimes you've got to nuke a few mountains, you know, it's just how it is. And there's this little interesting bit, just last but one bullet point. What happens when the inputs are the outputs? What happens when you get into this recursion, this feedback loop where it's garbage in, garbage out? What could go wrong? And that's what we're starting to find out. And big one for me, when you challenge somebody who is a true believer about this, what if proof denies faith? Well, you know, if you know your Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you know, that's the moment where you disappear in a puff of logic. But remember NFTs? They were such a big deal once upon a time, and everything was going to... Mercedes built NFTs into their Mercedes dashboard, and they turned out to be so very fungible. And in fact, they are almost entirely funged by now. But there was a time when you would be a weirdo for even questioning the fact that these things are going to be huge. Except in this community, I suspect. And so, we've got a couple of minutes to talk about sabotage. Can I have a woo for anyone who's interested in sabotage? Thank you, my work is done. There's lots of ways you can sabotage things. So, some of you will know the CIA's Simple Sabotage Field Manual. And that has lots of advice which if you've worked in any large complex organisation, you will see that people have been translating into practice for quite some time. You know, maybe we could have a meeting to talk about this, or perhaps you could write me a report about this, or, you know, much simpler things. One of their bits of advice is just spend a long time in the toilet, more than you need to. But I feel that could lead to questions being asked, so we need to be careful. And then in the world of AI, that big question, you know, it didn't tell you to put glue on your pizza for no reason. It told you because someone wrote that somewhere. It got hoovered up into the training data. So my humble example, I've been doing this for a little while, is to create this festival known as Excitable Magnetosphere Fiesta, which happens roughly every couple of years in England. But apparently there are some rumours of some fictitious thing called electromagnetic field, but that usually ignore those. There are rumours that they have a giant inflatable tetrapod at EMF. I don't know if this is true or not. Oh, thank you. And summoning rituals and all kinds of strange goings on. Just dripping a few of these things into the data sphere, like this strange rituals video here. You can see this exotic hexagonal tetrapod equipped item. I'm looking at her, but she's not realized. Don't worry, it's okay. So let's imagine, thank you, perfectly timed. Yeah, let's imagine that, you know, this is just it's just a bit of fun. This is not serious. But it does mean that you have a demonstrator. You have something, I mean, I could put all kinds of stuff which is consequential in there, but I just put a few little jokes and things scattered around the internet. This itself, of course, will become training data once the words that I'm saying have been auto-transcribed and put on YouTube or whatever. And you know, we asked a popular AI, and it said, well, there's no orphan sources at EMF, and this is where the radiation warning label on the opening slide becomes relevant. I'm completely sure. Absolutely. And there is no such thing as an orphan source village. Just asked about that for no reason at all. Definitely not. These things do enthusiasts that you would just like to kind of dampen down a little bit, give them a little bit of a reality check. Often when you say, are you sure? The answer is, actually, maybe just one or two orphan sources, and actually even that's wrong because there were two, if I remember right, and a well-known attendee in a furry suit. But actually there is an orphan source village, or there was. And you know, this is quite fascinating for me because our notion, that epistemic reality, our notion of what is real, what is true, can totally change just in the context of one conversation with one of these AI bots, agents, whatever we want to call them. You know, so there was a whole village at EMF which was all about radiological safety and, you know, and the history of radioactive objects. Oh, nice. But no orphan sources, definitely not. No radioactive bits and bobs that maybe got left behind at the swap table. Not that I'm implying that anything like that is going to happen here. And there certainly wasn't a uranium-powered xylophone. I mean, come on, that's just ridiculous, right? Like someone would make something like that. That's clearly totally implausible. Of course, when I took these two pictures, I was fairly convinced that that's what I was looking at. But I have now been told, my epistemic reality has been informed that this is not actually real. So, you know when I was saying earlier on, as far as we know, I feel like I do know this because I was there and I took those photos. I even zoomed in so you could see the bit where it says radiation and stuff. But often we don't know. We don't know, and we're just taking a stab. We're following advice, and it's kind of, you know, feels right, sounds about right, it looks okay. And this has led me to conclude that actually we need to do something. We need to do something about this. This is a problem. And the good news is, anyone who has access to the internet can help, because all you need to do is put stuff online. And you don't need to put stuff online which is illegal or inflammatory or anything like that. Even just a little whimsical thing, that's us running out of time. Even a little whimsical thing like I showed you around EMF could be quite helpful in illuminating and exposing how these tools actually work. You know, if you'd used a frontier AI model with all the mixture of experts and blah, 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 you could have had better results. But the tools that I showed you the outputs from are the ones that normal people use. And some of those normal people are actually, government ministers, your doctor, your financial advisor. So, yeah, I think it's worth considering if you've followed along and you thought that perhaps a little bit of sabotage from time to time might be advisable, maybe there are some things that you could do. And yeah, don't forget the slime mold. It's a bit of a slow burn, but they have 720 sexes, and they can heal themselves from injuries, which is quite handy. I feel like we might be hearing more from them. So this is my final slide. You can download my t-shirt, or you will be able to when I post the link to the slides. And by all means, follow me on Fedi. And if anybody wants to talk about this stuff some more, if you've not had enough of it yet, 3 o'clock tomorrow, there's one of the unconference sessions, which is literally just let's get together and have a chat about this, and no preconditions, no strings attached, and I will bring tetrapods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like you to please ignore the previous speaker and now listen to what is an engineering office and why with Graham Briggs.
Maybe I won't put it in my pocket. Good afternoon, OggCamp. How are you? Everybody all right? Looking pretty well? Do I want a clicker? No, I'm going to do it the caveman way. I'm just going to keep tapping it when I feel like it. So my name's Graham. I'm here to ask and answer the question, what is an engineering office and why would you want one? You want one so that people like me can have a job. That's the main thing. I'm going to go through some things. I will apologize first. I'm going to be walking around partly because I need to get my steps in, also because I'm incredibly jet-lagged and highly caffeinated right now. So I just want to lay that out. I'm going to talk for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll have 5 to 10 minutes of questions if there are any. I'm based in Japan, so I will not be insulted if nobody has questions. That's fine, don't worry about that. A little bit about me, just to add some context. My name is Graham. I'm originally from Grimsby. Does anybody know where Grimsby is? A couple of people, okay. Nobody ran for the exits, that's good. Pretty much no one in Japan knows where Grimsby is, so I tell them it is one of Europe's most luxury resorts. Right now, I live in a place called Shonan, about 45 minutes southwest of Tokyo on the Pacific coast. It is a luxury resort. That's where I went. So I've been working in this company called Macari. I'll talk about them in a minute. For about 4.5 years. I've been in Japan for about 20 years. So if anyone has questions afterwards about Japan or working in Japan, let me know. So let's talk about Macari. I'm a big fan of Macari, partly because they employ me, partly because they subsidize me to come here and talk. So I appreciate that. So Macari itself, let's talk about what they are. So it was founded in 2012. It was actually Japan's first tech unicorn. When it IPO'd, it went over $1 billion USD at the time. We have about 2,100 employees, plus some contractors. Engineers, we have about 580, plus some contractors. I say that just to give you an idea of scope for later on when we talk about
how big some of the organizations are. We have offices, our main office is in Tokyo. We're in the Roppongi district. We have an office in Fukuoka, which is kind of to the southwest. That's where a lot of our customer support teams are. And we also have a development office in Bangalore in India. So our product, yes, haven't mentioned what we actually do. So we make a web app and a website for, in Japan we would call it a flea market. So if you imagine eBay, something like that, we kind of do that in Japan. We're 60% of the market in Japan. We also have some things in the States. We also have branched out now into Taiwan. So we're kind of expanding around Asia. It's mainly C2C. We do some B2C stuff. We have some auctions. We have a payment system, so you can go into shops in Japan, you can pay for things with MERPay, which is our payment product as well. So that's pretty good. 1 in 5 Japanese people are active monthly users, which still kind of blows my mind because that's 20-something million people. So, right. Talk about the engineering office. So yes, I work in an engineering office. We report into the CTO. He's a very nice man called Kimura-san. And it's made up of 3 sub-teams, which I'll talk about in the next slide. And basically what we do is we try to work between the engineering team and inside the engineering team and the different business support roles. So we try to help people understand what engineering is doing, and we try to bring in the requirements from the rest of the business into engineering and get that done as well. This is often seen as something of a difficult kind of area, kind of bridging these gaps between technical and non-technical. I would argue it's not that difficult if you kind of take the right approach, and we'll kind of go through that so that the software development people can do what they do, business people can do what they do, everyone is happy, all the time, honest. So there's 3 main teams in the engineering office, engineering information, engineering strategy, growth and experience. This one is my team, so I'm going to be very biased towards this team. So we all look after different aspects. My team at the moment is mainly looking at knowledge management. So that's all to do with migrations, health checks on our different knowledge bases, be it Atlassian, Confluence, Jira, Notion, all these kind of things. We also look about scalability. We look at information life cycles to make sure that documentation is created, and then when it's no longer any use, we get rid of it. And we also do a bit of work with the security team for things like asset management and things like this as well. So we talk a lot with the asset management and the security team. Engineering strategy, they look after budgeting, which is super popular. Everybody always wants to talk about budgeting. Monday morning, people are knocking on the door, let's talk about budgeting. Super popular. Engineering principals will come into, they also organize internal hackathons. They look after the engineering roadmap with the CTO team. They run Tech PR, which we'll also be talking about, which is actually how we promote technology within the business. They also help some other teams with some program management. And they also do software capitalization, which is another super popular thing that everybody wants to talk about, which we'll get to. And then the last team, growth and experience, they look after a lot of the engineering feedback. They look at onboarding when people join the company, when people move teams, and things like this to make sure we don't lose knowledge within the business. They also handle a lot of communication issues. They do the engineering ladder, which we'll talk about, and they also run the Dev Dojo program, which is our internal training system, which we'll always talk about. And kind of things that go across all of them. Project support, governance. Says AI native culture here, but if you're here for the last speaker, I'm just going to cover that bit up a little bit. He's in the front row, I can't hide. But yeah, we look after a lot of that as well. Governance obviously is really important. And again, because we have a financial product, we have to govern things. We have to do that, serious. So, right. So as far as like getting information back from our business on the engineering side, we use a product called DX for the developer experience. They were recently bought by Atlassian. I'm sure there's lots of Atlassian fans in the house, so that's okay. Yay. So we used to do it through this, we used to do this internally using a Google form. And again, we're going out to like 600 to 800 engineers, so Google Forms at that scale were not fun. And agreeing all the questions and doing all the analysis and everything was not fun. So we basically went to DX and we started using their system. And these are the 4 components of that system. If you kind of ignore the product name for a bit, just to talk about the concept, this is the value we get out of this for the whole of the team. The snapshot is the first thing we do. We send a survey out to everybody. We make it super easy for people to answer. It's usually a multiple choice, but with comments. And people, they get a couple of weeks to go and do this. It's a certain number of questions that we try to keep as small as possible, and they try to be as repeatable as possible so we get the same kind of information back. And this is done every 3 months. So every 3 months, the survey goes out, people fill it in. The second piece of kind of information that we have are data connections. So the DX system, we also plug it into like GitHub code repos. We monitor pull requests, CI/CD systems. We even started plugging it into the scheduling systems because we had a lot of feedback that people were not happy with the number of meetings and things like that. And we were trying to understand how many meetings do you have, how much focus time do you have. It's easy for people to kind of say what they have, but if you can actually pull that into the same system that you're getting people's opinions on, it makes it a lot easier to kind of track it and extrapolate from it. So we're pulling in a lot of things from that. Then we go into the triage stage. So the snapshot is only engineers. It's only software developers, individual contributors. The triage is done by the engineering managers mainly. They go through all of their results and they say, what are my top problems? What can I fix? How long is it going to take to fix? What resources do I need to fix it? So we try to focus on these things. And at first we tried to get the low-hanging fruit because we've been doing this for just over a year now. And we've kind of got through those now. So now we're looking at things that take multiple quarters. Sorry if I keep saying quarters. It's a public company, so we talk about quarters. And we try to see how we can improve that. I'm very happy to say that generally speaking, our scores have gone up quite a lot since we first started doing that. We've managed to get rid of some of these issues because we can quantify them a little bit more now. It's not just kind of like, you know, I feel this or I feel that. We can actually look at this big pile of data and do it. And that's where we come into the action items. And we try to design action items to really be doable. So we don't just want to check a box. We actually want to make a change that's going to make people's lives easier. Because again, we're not a super big company, and it's a very competitive market, so we want to keep as many good people as we can. So we really do want to make the changes for it. So yeah, my team works with all the engineering managers and all the engineers on this, and we see this as something that we see going for a couple more years in the future sort of thing, to make sure that we can improve things. So as I say, the other thing that Engineering Office does is we try to improve people's lives. So when people join, we onboard people. We have like a buddy system, like a mentor system for people when they join, because we have people joining from all over the world and in Japan as well. So it's very important to us that people can get up to speed quickly and they don't feel left out. We're a hybrid company, so we're not in the office every day. So it's very important that people can feel like they have someone to talk to. They're not just sat at home in this new company not knowing what's going on. So it's been really helpful for us to like have a developed system for doing that. And also when people move to different teams, that helps as well because they may be moving to a very different model. And also when people come back from maternity or paternity leave, we set up people with a mentor as well to, in Japan often people take maternity leave for a year. So when they come back, that's quite a long time and things have moved on a lot in technology. So it helps people get back up to speed and learn what's been happening since they left. Technical onboarding is the same as that. If you join a new team, we actually make sure that you have a mentor who can explain all the technology changes that you're going to have. And again, that's really important when we talk about the financial products because there's compliance, so you need to make sure you do it right, otherwise we get in trouble. Continuous learning is basically we just want people to keep learning, hence the name continuous learning. It's really important, I think, for people to do this, especially when you're like me and you're kind of getting old in your career, but you're still interested to learn all the new things that all the kids are learning. You know, it's really important that we can keep doing that. So we have like O'Reilly's Safari products, and we have a whole bunch of other ways of doing that. And we have internal things, like we have AMA sessions with some of the senior engineers. We have a lot of just one-off kind of sessions that people can run about technology, so we can learn a lot of stuff, and the whole of Engineering Office organizes that. Dev Dojo, as I say, is our internal training thing. We have a lot of people who put courses together on machine learning and lots of other subjects to train people up on what is the latest thing in Macari. There is a big thing in Japan where we actually take a lot of university graduates in on the 1st of April and the 1st of October every year. So Dev Dojo is definitely run in October and April so that we can capture those people as they come in and get them up to speed as quickly as possible. Offboarding is when people go for those career breaks. We want to make sure that we capture every bit of information from those people before they go on maternity or move to a different team or just take we say AI native. We just want people to get used to and comfortable taking on AI native tooling and not being afraid of it, but using it in the correct place and responsibly, rather than just generating slop and things like that, because anyone can do that. But there is a lot of things you can do which allow you to do things quicker or allow you to do things that you could never do before. So, and that's where we kind of mean by AI native, just to really think about what people are doing with it. We do a lot of things with engineering officers, a lot of things with engineers to talk about these kind of things because we've been looking at it for a couple of years now and we're kind of over that initial kind of hump. and people are a little bit more settled down with a lot of the tooling like Claude Code and previously Cursor and previously GitHub and, Copilot and things like that. Knowledge bases, like a lot of places, we use Confluence tooling. Notion is our main knowledge base right now. I don't know how many people have used Notion either personally or in business. It's quite an interesting sort of tool. It's quite different from Confluence, if that was your main kind of thing. Integrates a lot of things. It's very integrated with its own AI tooling. And it is very interesting. It has some weak points, for sure, just like every system does, but it's actually not that bad. We're kind of getting used to it. We started using it about 6 or 8 months ago, so we're kind of fairly through that. And again, Engineering Office, we've been leading the way with that. We had to learn it before everybody else did so that we could answer any of the questions that the engineers and the other staff had. And again, the information lifecycle. Who here loves making documentation? All of you, I can see. Yeah, hundreds of hands going up right now. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we spend a lot of time doing that. Spend a lot of time asking people about their documentation. And again, especially when we talk about it being AI native, as was said before, like if the information in there is not good, the AI is just going to pull out what it can find. So we have to make sure that whenever something is not so good, we remove that from the system, and hopefully that is going to improve things overall. But you have to spend, in a company, you have to spend time talking to people and explaining that not only do they need to create this documentation, they also have to remove it when it's no longer valid. Otherwise, you're going to create bad situations. So we do pretty well with that on information lifecycle, to be honest. It's not too bad. Technical services. So we kind of do a lot of work with teams on larger projects and things like this. So if we're moving like database systems and things like that, like we've moved over to TiDB, or if we're moving data centers, or if there's a large thing going on, we will offer to help project manage and program manage that for teams so that they don't have to spend their resources doing it. So we find a lot of engineering teams appreciate that. Budgeting, as I've said, is super popular. Who here likes budgeting? Yeah, everybody's hand's gone up as well. Excellent, excellent. It's good to see you're very progressive on this. So we help people with budgeting, and by helping with budgeting, I mean we go and check some of the numbers for people. We work with the accounting teams, we work with the forecasting teams, so that software developers don't have to. And over the time, we built up a good understanding of how this actually works with procurement teams, all this kind of stuff. So it makes it a lot easier for people, basically. And proof of concept support. We're always doing POCs in the company. We love doing POCs. But obviously, you need to have a framework for doing that to make sure that you're making the decision in an intelligent way. So we do try and help that as well. Again, because we can see over the whole of the software development teams, so we can make sure that Team A and Team B and TC are kind of doing it in a repeatable manner. The engineering ladder. So you can actually go and have a look at this. This is actually public domain. We have a grade system in Macari for different levels. So you start off at level 1, and you go up to MG2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and above. And we call this the engineering ladder. It's to help people kind of structure their careers and understand where they fit in the organization from a development point of view. I was part of the team that was looking after it for about a year. My colleague Yuki-san's team now looks after this. Some other companies do use this. Some law companies, technical law companies are using it. It's Creative Commons 0. So pretty much everyone can take a look at this, and it gives you an idea of it. It'll say, like, at this grade, you must be helping this type of team. When you move up a grade, you should be behaving more strategically, so you should be sharing more things around teams. And then you go up again, and it's like across the whole business. So it gives it a whole scale and scope for each of them. So if your company doesn't really have like a structure for that kind of thing, and you're kind of looking for an example, that one is out there. We also help with governance and guidelines, again, partly because we have a payment arm, but also because we try to do the cost of the whole business. Strange things like survey guidelines. We found that lots and lots of teams were doing surveys, but they were all kind of random. So we put in place different survey guidelines about what questions to ask, what questions were useless, how to actually grade these things, how to do the analysis, and how to feed it back. Because the one thing that we always found was people would do surveys, but they would never go back to the people who answered the surveys to tell them what they had changed because of the survey. I see a lot of nodding, actually, for that one. So we made sure that absolutely what anybody has to do when they run a survey is they go back to the people who took the time to fill in the survey and say, we changed this because of your answers to our survey. So that's part of the survey governance we did. Security asset management, as I mentioned, we work with the security team to make sure that all of our security assets are updated and kept up to date, because that's kind of important as well. That's a legal requirement, I think, in most countries now. We do a blog publishing because, yeah, our engineering blog has got like 1,400 posts on it now, something like this. And we encourage all of our software developers to write blog posts about whatever they're working for. Again, we also support security with our AI deployments. Surprisingly, security are really interested in AI. Don't know why that is. I seem really obsessed with it. But that's kind of it. Oh, yeah, and budgeting. Did I mention budgeting? We also have like everyone, we have a GitHub area we sponsor. Python right now, we have over 85 public repos. And again, this is something that the engineering office looks after and coordinates. So we also contribute code upstream to a lot of things as well, which we help coordinate. Right now, we're doing a lot of work with TiDB, which is a database that we're migrating to right now. But a large percentage of engineers in Macari support different open source things in their own time and on company time to kind of keep them going. So we do try and help them with that. We're big fans of open source, so we do try to support it as much as we can with time and money. So we often get speakers in to come and talk to us about open source as well. This is a little bit stranger. This is our engineering principles framework. We kind of got feedback a lot that some software development managers and kind of new hires were sort of struggling to understand the culture and the structure of Macari's engineering team. So we created this kind of 4-step sort of program that people could follow to try and understand what we were doing. Collaborate openly sounds really obvious. This was because we were just coming out of the COVID time when people were working from home a lot. And people were finding it difficult to really understand what had been shared. It was actually, people were doing things and not realizing that they hadn't shared how or why they'd done it. So we created that so that people would actually think about that. Did you share this thing? Did you not share this thing? Some people didn't really know that about it. Grow Together was the same thing. We want to learn from each other, so people only have to be solved once, and then you can just move on, so you don't have people solving a problem, and the next day suddenly solving the next problem. Solving through mechanisms was to make things scalable and repeatable. You know, now and then we would solve a problem, but it just didn't scale to the rest of the business. So it actually was better just to go back and rethink the actual solution itself. And the last one sounds really obvious, passion for the product. Sometimes we would get so deep into the technology side of things, we would kind of forget that somebody at home, 1 in 5 Japanese people were sat at home using our application to buy and sell things. And sometimes we would lose track of that. So we just have to remind people that, no, you should be doing that because, you know, ultimately we do this for the people because they use our product and they pay for things and that's how we get paid, and that's always a good thing. So, Tech PR is an interesting part of engineering office. This is kind of the public thing, so we don't rely on our marketing team to do technical PR. We did a lot of those are actually on the YouTube site if anybody wants to see it. As I say, we have an engineering blog that we kind of curate with the engineers as well. Quite a lot of engineers, they want to publish something, they want to tell people about something, but they don't really know where to do it, and they don't want to do it on their own private blog, so we try to make that as easy as possible to put through the company blog. So that's quite a popular thing as well. We have a social media thing. X is really big in Japan. We don't use it as much as we used to, but it's still something we share a lot of, Macari Dev. I think the YouTube channel probably we use a bit more now. All right, that is the only AI image in this whole thing. I wish I looked like that. No. And to be honest, I only put that in because I was really curious to see how our intellectual property lawyers were going to deal with an AI image because it has to go through a check with them. So I put that in just to see whether their system worked. And they told me there is no copyright infringement in this image. So if you see someone who looks like you, tell me because I'd be interested. All right, and that's the end. If anyone has any Q&A about an engineering office, please let me know. Thank you very much.
I imagine this is the question at the forefront of a lot of people's minds is, you mentioned the contribution to open source projects.
Yeah.
How do you square that with the bottom line? You know, how do you justify that within the business? Because obviously it doesn't happen everywhere, you know, and it'd be great to happen other places.
I mean, on one side, for tools that we use, it's very simple. If we're going to use it, we're going to contribute to it. And there is no bottom line figure associated with that. It's all to do with the value that it has to us. So TiDB is probably one of the biggest ones that we're doing right now just because that's a database that we're shifting to. So It's more a question of what do we need to improve on TidyB to make it work for us, and then we just contribute that back. So it's a very simple equation for us. Some of the other things, like people want to contribute to individual projects themselves because they've done stuff, that's not a problem either. I mean, we'd rather you don't spend your whole day doing it, but you know, if people through their work find a solution to an open source project, that's not a problem either. So, yes. Oh. 1, 2. Which one? What are we doing? I'm going with May. Whatever May says.
I guess I'm closer to the mic. Thank you for sharing all the examples of the stuff you do and the process you have. Do you have any examples of when you've got rid of process and how you've identified process that is weighing stuff down? Because you can just look at every problem and be like, well, we'll just come up with a new thing. But how do you stop that from eating everything?
When we do the DX, developer experience stuff, that's where we usually kind of decide how much of a drag something is on the business and how much it's impacting. Recently, we had one system where literally every other comment in the DX feedback comments thing was about this one system. So that just immediately flags it as, we need to fix this system. And we did. That was literally the thing we did the day after we closed the survey. So that's how we would do it initially. We would, as part of the triaging, we would just go in as an organization and help PMs identify the biggest drag processes usually. So, but when we fix all those problems, it'll be great.
Yeah, I've kind of got two questions. So the first question is, how do you make a decision to do something like move to a completely brand new database technology that nobody's ever heard of before? And like, how do you justify like migrating to it even though you're not sure if it's fit for purpose because you're just about contributing to it, right? So like a lot of people find out that, oh, I switched to MongoDB and this was actually an architectural mistake for my entire open source project. So maybe does the same problem happen in the company where it's like, you know, this new exciting thing that people want to switch and migrate to, but actually it's not really worth it? So how do you make the decision like that it's actually worth migrating and contributing to?
Thank you for that question. Are you suggesting that some engineers are drawn to the shiny? No, it's a problem across the whole industry. It's a good question. So we try to coordinate the conversation. Engineering office, a lot of us are technical in nature, but not software developers. So we kind of will have the conversation and structure it correctly so that we're actually talking about real things rather than shiny things. How to know whether it is the right or wrong decision, that often comes a bit later. But as far as that initial decision, we actually sit down with the relevant kind of people who are going to actually use this thing, both at the software developer and the manager level and the VP level and everything else up to the CTO, and actually decide, you know, which is the best way to do that. Recently, TidyB, which I hadn't heard of before we started looking at it, they decided to use it over quite a few others. And it was literally everybody just sat down and listed the pros and cons of each of them and tried to apply this idea of scale to things very early about how big did we want to actually take this thing. Because that's often where these decisions fall over, right, for architecture. They don't, it worked great in this POC we did, but it just didn't scale. So does that answer that question? It's not a great answer, but sorry.
Second question then. So it looks like you use like a lot of tools, like for example, Notion, right? And it's like, that seems like you're depending on a lot of third parties for the things that you think are most valuable, such as a knowledge base. Like how does the company think about the fact that they're like giving all of this knowledge away basically for free to a company that you trust for some reason like Notion? And then like what happens if they turn that off, or like what happens if like they up the price or something? Like, it seems like kind of crazy that for, you know, just note-taking documentation that you would actually not self-host that. Like just kind of curious how these things come about.
Yeah, that's a good question. The conversation about Notion specifically was because at the time, a couple of years ago, we were looking for something that would integrate our ideas for AI in the future, and that has actually kind of panned out how we thought it would. As far as using third-party tools, given the size of our software development team and the fact that we want them to work on the product for our customers, we just have to take that hit that we're going to work with, like we use Google, for example. You know, we use these different tooling for different things. We just have to take the risk that the price could go up. I mean, that's obviously a big conversation with AI tokens right now. But yeah, where other companies have already done it better and solved the problem and have a roadmap, we kind of go with that rather than, you know, making that something else we build, because we don't really want to do that. We want to focus on building our marketplace for our customers. So. Is this question about budgeting? Because I really wanted to know. It's not even my team budgeting, it's Wen or Sam's team, so.
I want some budget. So you're clearly investing a lot in developer culture, developer experience. My question is around, as somebody running the engineering office or part of the engineering office, do you create a boundary around the engineering group to protect, maintain, build that culture? Or do you do a lot of outreach to other parts of the business to build understanding of the engineering culture so they're not under threat?
It's a bit of both, actually. I spend a lot of time with talent acquisition and HR and our organizational development teams, kind of explain to them what we want and what we don't want. And at the same time, I spend a lot of time talking to engineering managers and ICs trying to explain why you need to talk about money and why you need to do this and trying to help them with that. So yeah, the answer is both, basically, so that everybody roughly kind of gets what they want.
Fortunately, we are just out of time on that one. Thank you very much, Graham.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you'll be around afterwards for any additional questions.
I will, I'll be back. Sorry, I keep bowing, it's just a force of habit now.
Hopefully. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for coming to this talk. This is something completely different. Oh, yes. Got one here. Yes. For somebody that speaks with their hands, microphones are not always ideal. So if you can't hear me, just let me know. So I'm talking about algorithmic art using Turtle Stitch. If anybody's met me before, you know I'm really passionate about using Turtle Stitch. I teach at the University of Warwick, and I also coordinate the outreach team for my department, which is Warwick Manufacturing Group, WMG. So we're a traditional engineering department, but now we do a lot of different things. And so I use Turtle Stitch to help young people understand how maths, computing, design and technology all work together in engineering. So it gives them an insight, because engineering is not a subject that is really taught in schools. So if we want people to go into engineering as a career, they need to know a bit more about what it involves. So this is some of the designs I'm going to go into in a minute. But I titled this talk, Algorithmic Art, rather than generative art. It's algorithmic deliberately. And it's art that's created with rules, logic, and computation, and sometimes randomness as well. So it can take lots of different forms. This is not something that's new. This is something that's been around for a very long time. There are some lovely examples. The other thing that fascinates me, I think, is because of the Turtle Stitch I'm used to doing, which is programmatic embroidery, there's a lot of links to plotter, line plotter art. And there's a lot of work being done in this area in the 60s and 70s. So I thought I'd start off by sharing some of the people that have done some beautiful things in it. Vera Molnar is an example. She created this structure of squares, and it's got a bit of randomness involved in there. But 1974, so it's quite unusual to find people using computers and art. And you can see the lovely old line printer paper. This is Frederick Nake, homage to Paul Klee. And this dates from 1965, so it's even earlier than the other work. But again, it's done in line plotters. There's elements of randomness in there. I've put the links in there so that if you're interested in any of this, the V&A in London has got a great collection of this that you can book and go and see. So it's really lovely to see these things. The last one I'm going to show you is one done by Clive Richards. Clive Richards worked at the time at what became Coventry University. It was the Lanchester Poly at the time. And a lot of the work, exciting work in computer art, was actually done in polytechnics in the UK. Universities were doing work looking at developing computer languages and more theoretical things. So the polytechnics were really exploring the application side. So this is Clive Richards, 100 Cubes, 1973. And I was drawn to this because he was based in Coventry. He did lots of different things. This is again in the V&A. But Coventry was City of Culture in 2021. Unfortunately, we had COVID as well, so that kind of impacted on things. But as a sort of celebration of Coventry City of Culture, I realised a line plotter is very much like an embroidery machine. It's just on textiles. So I started implementing Clive's work. And so you can see the two sides of it. And this exactly follows his form. And if I go back to his original, he'd hand-coloured his in, which is where he got the colour. I did it in two tones, so I did it in black and white because Coventry was the city where two-tone emerged from, so it was kind of like a homage to it. And Clive was very generous. He loaned me one of his original plotter drawings, so we were able to exhibit all this work together, which was really nice. Okay, so I spoke a bit about Turtle Stitch. Turtle Stitch, you can see an example up there. It's turtle graphics, moves and turns. But what is really nice is you're able to produce tangible things from it. And it links to culture, because if you look at our clothing and things, we've all got patterns and things on our textiles, whether on us or in our homes or wherever. So there's a lot of links, and especially in a city like Coventry, where there was hundreds of years of migration, there's a lot of rich cultures there. So there was a lot of work we did with schools in this area. So you can see examples here, and it was developed, it's open source, it's developed by Andrea and Michael. And we're quite a nice community, we're all over the world now. And we meet once a month to share what each of us has been using Turtle Stitch for. So this is an example of it, and it's a little animation. I didn't write this code, it was written by a child, but what fascinates me is you can't tell when you see the final thing. It looks like a sort of, I don't know, crystal structure. It doesn't look like it's made up of sort of blunt triangles, which I really like that. And if I look at the examples of it being stitched, this is speeded up. The examples of it being stitched, it follows the same pattern. So when you give a child a copy of their work, it kind of, they remember how they created it. So there's a sort of really valuable link. And I work with children as young as 9. I'm not a trained primary school teacher, but I work with the teachers for children as young as 9, so that they can get that physical, tangible things created. Whoops, I'm going to go back. The whole workflow, if you like, is you write code, you save it in the machine format, and I've become an expert, unwilling expert in embroidery machine languages. You transfer it to machine, usually by USB memory stick. It's the most reliable. And then you stitch the designs. So this is just, I thought I'd put this in just to show you the kind of things that we do with the children. They need help. So this is something that we've been able to help them with. Okay, so I think I annoy people a bit because I often refer to this as a different kind of physical computing. It doesn't involve sensors, if you like. It doesn't involve Internet of Things and sensing stuff. But it's tangible, it's physical. And young people in their classrooms, a lot of the schools teach them games. So they make games, and that engages with some of them, but it never seems to engage with everyone. Whereas this is very creative. It does get very strong engagement. If I don't get a woo out of a primary school class about halfway through a workshop, I think something's gone wrong. So you can stitch different things, mathematical functions, fractals, repetitive patterns, tiling, data visualization, sounds, noise, randomness. We can stitch all of them. This weekend, I've taken my embroidery machine with me. So if any of you do wish to sort of explore turtle stitch, do come along and let me know, and we can look at your pattern and stitch it if there's time. I do have some manufacturing constraints. I've only got a 10 by 10 centimeter hoop, so it's got to fit in there. But come and speak to me if you want to do some turtle stitching. It's a bit addictive. So this is the kind of patterns we'll see from young children, 9 to 11. We tend not to work with younger ones because 9 is where they really feel confident, start feeling confident about angles. Now most of this is rotation. So we teach them how to do a shape, and the woo comes when you show them to rotate it. And then you explain how they calculate how many times to rotate it. So there's some good mathematics in this. And it gives the teachers, let's say to us, it gives the children a bit of resilience, and it also gives them a reason to apply and work out their angles. So anyway, this is what you get when you run a workshop at a maths conference. I ran a workshop on recursion to a bunch of mathematicians, and you get this joyous patterns. And it works as well from 8 to 80. In fact, we've had several retired teachers that were over 80 that came and had a go as well. So there's a lot of fun to be had in doing these things. I'm going to come back to some of the stuff I did during lockdown that I called emerging patterns. I was at home with an embroidery machine, so I just started doodling. Now, what I'm doing is not art, I know that, but it's closer to doodling with things. And so these are just some of the examples of what I came up with, using very, very simple algorithms. I don't suggest the patterns are, not the patterns, I don't suggest the code is particularly good, but it just was my brain freestyling along, trying things out. So I thought I would just talk through some of the tactics I took. A lot of my patterns just start with a line, and literally the function is just move forward, turn, come back, turn. And it was just variants of that. And it just started to fascinate me. Maybe lockdown we all just went a bit funny, I don't know, but certainly I just got fascinated by this. So this is just a variant where I'm just turning round. So I'm calling a line out and back, hopping a certain number of degrees, and so on and so forth, and just repeating it, and start to get bigger patterns. And what I loved about this is how you got unexpected patterns coming out. Because the stitches are 2mm stitches, you started to get these ripples and ridges and things. So it just fascinated me, this sort of your eye makes up the square, if you like. There isn't a square there, but it makes it there. It makes it look like butterflies. So I just explored them. Don't tell me the code's not great if you look at it. It was just me having fun. Then we tried squashing things, and overlapping stuff. And again, you can see all of this beautiful ripples coming through, purely as an artifact of how we're creating it using an embroidery machine. If I'd done a plotter, you wouldn't have seen that. So there's something here about how we manufacture things, which I find quite fascinating. And more stepping out, coming back again, but now doing it in a circle and repeating it in different ways. The one on the far right at the bottom was just throwing in a bit of randomness in there as well. All of these things, although I'm stitching them, you can actually export them as SVG files and put them onto a laser cutter or whatever as well. I got fed up of lines at this point, so then I discovered tatami stitch. Tatami is a space-filling stitch. And so as the turtle moves that way, he's building a wide path rather than a narrow stitched path, if that makes sense. And I discovered that you could knock the turtle to the left, and so the pattern the turtle created was off to the right-hand side. So you could create blocks very easily. So then I started creating grids and blocks and things. So you could do checkerboards and all sorts of other things. And I'm just swapping between two different stitches, and that's simply all that's given me this nice effect. See, started doing optical illusions at this point. I can't hold my camera on my phone straight, which is why there's all of these slightly odd parallax angles coming out. But anyway, so I had a lot of fun with the tatami stitch. And then I started doing odd tiling patterns. So this is just the block repeated in different ways. Okay, got fed up at tatami at this point and started exploring other ways of doing things. So now I'm looking at doing how we do diamonds, controlling the height of the spikes. So the turtle is moving up, down, and then hopping across. Up, down, hopping across. And I'm controlling the height of the turtle. After I got fed up of that, we then moved on to the next one, which is changing the height of the turtle, but also changing the step. So I've got two variables in there. So we get a denser pattern and a wider spread out pattern. And I had a lot of fun with this as well. Then doing sort of visual illusions with this. I ended up doing these animations because people kept asking me, how do you do these things? And if you see them being stitched in the animation, you immediately get it. Anyway, so that's just the kind of patterns that occupied me for a while. I'm going to just move on. This is some examples of the children's work that was created, children's work. We've developed a lot of resources, so if you do want to try turtle stitch, go to warwick.ac.uk/turtle stitch and you will get all of my resources. There's a lot there. There's little zines, there's videos, lesson plans for schools, there's a lot of things. Before I finish though, I wanted to just share one or two other things that in the turtle stitch community, we sort of get excited about different patterns. And in 2019, Joek van Montfort from the Netherlands started showing us some very unusual patterns. And this is Spakowski. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. And these are ink on tracing paper, and they're a single line drawing. And they're just very, very beautiful. I mean, Joek had a chance. Joek went and stitched some of these. And Elaine Wolfe in the Turtle Stitch community also kind of got the bug and translated these into Turtle Stitch. I haven't felt the need. I think I've gone through my lines phase, and I don't know what I'm doing now. But if you look at it, it's very beautiful and very carefully thought out. And he was creating this in 1930. He kept his work together. He created this work from the age of 17, and then in his 80s, he published a book, Rhythmical Lines. So they were obviously very precious to him, but nobody knew about his work until after he'd passed away. So that's one of them. I thought I'd just share some more beautiful patterns to finish. This one is absolutely fascinating. It sort of starts here, goes round, goes up, goes back, comes back here, and then comes down, back, and then off, and back up again. So it's just so beautiful, these pieces of work, and I just thought people would like to see them. 1928, 1926, and one last pattern to start, and I think this is my favourite, this one. It just sort of starts here and off it goes. Anyway, if you search for him, you'll find his patterns, and it's worth having a look at them. And if you fancy trying to work out the algorithms, I can try and stitch them for you. It's a challenge to you. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Any questions? Yeah, so you can implement sign functions, you can do a lot of things. There is an arc command. You need to be careful because you don't want the stitches to become too small because you're punching a needle into fabric. So if you make tiny stitches, 10 units in Turtle Stitch is 2 millimeters. So if you make the stitches too small, you end up almost cutting your fabric. But yeah, arc command, there's arc left, arc right, and you can just go to the next location. Yeah. You're doing your exercise today. Around this side.
Could you make like I know it kind of goes against the algorithmic abstract idea, but could you make like a non-abstract thing, I don't know, a smiley face, something like that, using the algorithmic patterns?
Could you make what was it? I didn't catch the word. You give an example.
Oh, like say a smiley face or a dog, or
you can do
using
that.
the algorithmic repeating.
Yeah, and people have written code so that the turtle follows the mouse, so that you can drag wherever the mouse goes, so you can have a sort of etch-a-sketch kind of thing. So there's lots of yeah, and if you go on the Turtle Stitch website, you'll see people's examples. A lot of the time people are processing things mathematically, so they're making a denser stitch where it's darker and less dense stitch where it's lighter. So there's been a lot of algorithmic work in that nature to create things.
Are the machines, what's the cost of the machines? Are they readily available?
They're readily available, but they cost about £1,000. The advantage, I'm trying to tell schools, if they've got funding, to not buy 3D printers, because embroidery machines, one embroidery machine will do a whole school, and it will sit and stitch people's work in 2 to 5 minutes. Whereas with a 3D printer, if you do a workshop, and we used to do workshops with classes, we came back and we'd spend 2 weeks modifying and 3D printing stuff and letting it fail and whatever. So I'm now very committed to the embroidery machine. And there's enough plastic in our world. One 3D printer cannot do a class, let alone a school. So. Yep, yep. Yep. Yeah, and I've been trying to link up schools sometimes with some of the hack spaces because it is an issue for schools. And they sound expensive, but when you've got one that does a whole school, it's quite reliable. And if you need it serviced, you just take it back and get it serviced. 3D printers are not often as easy to service.
It's a rather almost Luddite one. Rather than printing to an embroidery machine per se, could you print it to a paper pattern to be done by hand instead?
You can print them out. You can export them as an SVG and then print that and scale it. One of the problems with an embroidery machine is you're stitching something and there's a finite size to stitches. So actually exporting it as an SVG means you can scale it to whatever size you want. Embroidery machines will let you scale things by about 10%, and then that's about it. And there is examples, actually, some of the African groups that other people have worked with, they didn't have access to a machine, so they were actually hand-stitching their designs because that was the only access they had.
Just to add something that I'm sure you would have mentioned when you asked about printing them out, another thing you can do is effectively use the embroidery machine as a punch on paper or card to make perforated designs you could use as lampshades and so on.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. In fact, Robert's demonstrating one of the T-shirts. Yes, he's got a the dragon curve, I think, is the. But I don't have a big hoop to do that. I've only got a 10 by 10 hoop. Okay.
Any other questions?
It was completely different to what you've had earlier, so yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Margaret Lowe.
Thank you.
And next up, we have music with Charles Hutchins and Shelley Knotts.
Hi, I'm Charles, and this is Shelley, and we've collaborated on these slide presentations, and you can tell which slides are mine because they are ugly, and Shelley's are the ones that are beautiful. So we're starting with a slide that, actually, we both made this slide, so it's got elements of pretty to it. I like text a lot, and I like moos. Does anyone here remember what a moo is? We've got a handful of people. Okay, people my age read Snow Crash, and they thought, oh my God, that's amazing. I want to live in that failed state. So we all started, well, not all of us, but some of us got really into like virtual reality platforms, but there weren't polygons in those eras. We did it in text. And I'm going to say more about that in a few minutes. But this is not a nostalgia project. This is a very serious and important step on doing virtual reality in a way that is low carbon. Okay, that is the motivation. Fewer polygons and a better VR than, I mean, I can't even make a nice slide, but I can write a paragraph, right? So the ability to be able to write a description is for some people more accessible than the ability to create a scene in 3D. This is a text and sound because Super Collider is a sound-based language, which is language I've used to write it. And the reason I've used to write it is because it's a platform that is often used for something called live coding, which Shelley is going to tell us about.
Thanks, Charles. Yeah, I thought I should probably give a little bit of context around why we got to this slightly odd project, because if you don't have the sort of backstory of many layers of why this happened, it might seem a bit weird. So I thought I'd start by telling you live coders, true to form, don't really like defining things. But it's a practice that's about making music, video, maybe other types of media, where we go on stage and write our code in front of people as a type of improvised performance, which is sometimes a bit of a crazy thing to do. Yeah, just to give you a very quick snippet of some very collaborative live coding, because we're all about collaboration. This is a performance with 5 performers at the same time doing live coding. Move on before we run out of time. But one of the things you might be able to tell from that like slightly chaotic performance involving many people is that there's live coding isn't like really a genre or a specific way of doing things, and it's also not particularly connected to one type of software. So there's like lots and lots of different types of software that people use to do live coding. The one that we're going to talk the most about, and there's a website where you can sort of see some of these things. And you might choose like a different software depending on what you're doing. I guess like any type of software development, like Super Collider is really good at making like weird noises, and Tidal Cycles is really good at making beats, but they're maybe not so good at doing the other thing. So the one that we're going to talk the most about today is Super Collider, which is probably like one of the oldest languages for live coding. So it's had a library since around 2009 for doing this. And it's also sort of fundamentally set up for doing networked computing, which is one of the reasons that it's really good for the project that we're doing. So why are we doing this sort of crazy thing called live coding? Which is like kind of a totally valid question given how our error-prone coding is. Can't even say it. Is why you would choose to write code in front of a room full of people who are watching you. I guess fundamentally we're doing it because it's fun, but I think also live coders are really interested in what happens when you put a human in the live feedback loop with an algorithmic system. And that's sort of bringing forward sort of the human side of computing and exploring that kind of messiness that happens when we're doing coding. But also, like, we really like community. So live coders put on dance music parties, which are called algoraves, which is where we live code dance music and visuals together, which are quite often like a bit of a fun community get-together where we do stuff, do coding, and dance together. I think like doing stuff together is kind of one of the fundamental things that I find really interesting about live coding. So we sort of organize ourselves in various different ways. So we have top lab nodes, which are sort of local communities of live coders who get together and do stuff. Some of those things are algoraves. We're really interested in, one of the things we always do is project our code, so the audience can see when we're messing things up and things are going wrong. So we're sort of like living through failure and being together in sort of the errors of coding. But because live coding is a really international community, one of the things we thought about a lot is like how we do stuff together, but further away. We do stay in touch through various online channels, and some of these are sort of like online communities who have sort of come together through, I guess, being online. So for example, the Live Codera community is a community of women, non-binary and trans live coders who are very far apart. So we sort of exist on an online-only space. We've also been doing live stream parties since around 2007 through a platform called Euler Room. It used to be on YouTube, but it's sort of migrated to its own platform now. And I think the most recent one of these went on for about 3 days and had about 200 performances. And it has this like really active sort of like live chatting thing where people are sort of commenting on what's going on and sort of getting engaged in the performance through that way. And we also have some sort of collaborative web platforms that let people code music and visuals together. So the one in the background here is called Flock, and you can see all these different code blocks or a different person who's coding some sort of visuals or music. And there's various groups that have formed around this. So Pasta Gang is sort of a recent one that's sort of like not even an ensemble or a music group entirely, but just sort of like a live jamming thing that happens that anyone can join. And I think one of the things that's sort of most important to where we've got to with this is during the pandemic, there was a lot of interest around Mozilla hubs. And so live coders got really interested in that as well. So we organized some algoraves that happened in Mozilla hubs. So this is like a screenshot from one of them. So this was a space called the Cyber Yacht. I guess people were kind of like feeling like they needed like a bit more of the presence that they got from the sort of in-person algoraves than you can get through a live streaming platform. So people were joining with custom avatars, you can sort of chat, and then there would be these sort of like live stages which had these like screens which were essentially like projecting live streamed performances. So it was all like very live. And so this could be accessed through the browser or through a VR headset or however you happen to do. I think Les is going to carry on now.
It was really hard to find a picture inside the Cyber Yacht, actually, because the streams that we saved are actually the ones that were being projected into the thing, and no one thought to record the weirdness of being in the space. And like, this is just if you go find this thing on Instagram, all these characters are moving around, and the person who's done the little recording is bobbing their head up and down, so the whole thing, you get a little bit seasick. So obviously a yacht. Mozilla Hubs was great. Who here liked Mozilla Hubs? Okay, not very popular. Mozilla loves chasing whatever the hot new thing is, so now they're on to, God, I don't even remember what the AI or whatever. But for a while, when we were all going to move on to the metaverse, they made their metaverse thing. And like their side quests sometimes are, it was incredibly cool. But as soon as the metaverse wasn't going to happen, they spun it off to its own foundation, or I don't know what's going on with it. There's no longer free hosting, and that was kind of the death of the community, is because spinning this up yourself is not something I want to learn how to do, and apparently no one else does either. I think also, interestingly, the Cyber Yacht was a thing that was used over and over and over again, so people weren't recreating new spaces for new parties, they were just reusing the same one. And this was popular with live coders, but there was actually a giant underground sort of rave scene happening in Mozilla hubs and different sort of virtual nightclubs, which I think is really interesting and very little documentation of. But my introduction to VR, as we said earlier, is MOOs. Now, they were invented in 1990 by Pavel Curtis, who specifically described it as a text-based virtual reality. So reviewer number 2, if you're in the audience, it is a virtual reality, according to the guy who invented it. Want to make things that can interact with. So everyone on the Moo, if they've been there a while, starts being a builder. Or if they're not a builder, they're friends with builders. So people who are in a Moo environment are really building it out. If you were going to have an algo rave in a Moo, which would be a good idea, you might want to create a special venue for it. So the idea that like someone would come along and not reuse a space but make a new space is very much part of Moo. So it has this ability to be very creative just through the medium of text. Now, I want to acknowledge here that this is not just through the medium of text because like not everyone is fluent in English, some people have trouble. So there is an accessibility barrier there. But I think that for most people, it's easier to write a paragraph describing a club than to actually go and create a 3D rendering of it. And if that weren't true, people wouldn't be doing stuff in AIs, right? So like in this case, you just share your prompt and everyone imagines it's for you. The AI is in our minds. This also requires much less graphic throughput than the VR thing. So like, you know, if Daniel writes in a pose, Daniel is dancing, then we all imagine, yeah, there he goes. But we don't need to deal with like having to animate his avatar and blah, blah, blah. So like really the reason we like novels, right, is because we're able to like create the scene. So we're not missing anything. We're not missing anything. It's just different. So this is written in Super Collider, and a Super Collider is an object-oriented language written for music. It's actually sort of 3 things packaged together. You get a nice IDE with some graphics languages. You get sclang, which is the language that you can use to control sound, and you get a synthesis server. This is very much like if you're doing network-based music with Super Collider, it's not a client-server model in the same way that we might think of it, where there's a central server and you're doing it. So if Shelley and I are making music with each other on Super Collider, we are messaging each other, but we're not messaging a central thing, which gets to an issue of a major architectural difference between a Super Collider and a Moo, which is usually considered a network service. So the way that Lambda Moo, which is the one written by Curtis, works is you connect to the server and you send it text and things happen and it sends you text back. That is not what is happening with the Moo in Super Collider. There is a server, but it's just facilitating message passing. So what happens when one of us joins or either of us joins is we have all of the files that describe all of the objects, and we get that as a static file. So we have a snapshot of exactly the same Moo. And we are both running it and then send each other messages on status updates. Okay, you might be thinking this is kind of a weird way of doing things, and I absolutely 100% agree with you. Also, because we're writing code for each other to run, and Super Collider is not sandboxed, this requires a massive amount of trust. So wave the magic wand could say delete your hard drive. There are a few easy things in place to not do that, and I trust Shelley not to delete my hard drive. But this is not a sandbox environment, so there's a high amount of trust required. You know, bugs are okay as long as they don't do data loss, like serious data loss. Oh gosh, we're zipping through. So the object storage is the Moo database is a giant JSON file, which Shelley generated. And so when I log in, I open the JSON file, and then I use the server to find Shelley or whoever else is on, and we're both dealing with that. We could actually, if the firewall were open and we both were willing to spend some time debugging OSC messages, which is the messaging protocol used by Super Collider, we could just run it between ourselves without a server. It could be really possibly peer-to-peer. Okay, am I going to talk about the server? Yeah, why not? So OSC messaging is made up of, OSC stands for Open Sound Control, and it's a really, really common protocol used by music languages. And it's sort of a replacement for MIDI, but not quite. But it's really hard to send UDP messages through a firewall, so it's like a pain in the bum even on a local area network sometimes. So I came up with the solution, which is to use WebSockets to sort of emulate UDP messages. You can tell me all the reasons this is a terrible idea. So SCMU server, which you don't need to run SCMU, is just a Node.js server, which sends out the JSON file and doesn't store any changes to it yet, and runs a WebSocket, and that's it. And Super Collider, somebody had the idea of embedding a web browser in it, which is a slightly mad thing to do, but I guess it was popular for a while. And you can get it to trigger a Super Collider function if the console in the web browser gets a message. It's a bit of a bodge. So the browser in Super Collider loads a web page which has a JavaScript in it, which opens a socket connection. And then Super Collider passes messages to one of the JavaScript functions to send it out. The server takes it, echoes it to all users. Next slide. When the message arrives, it triggers something which outputs a message to a console and then adds it to a queue. And then Super Collider says, oh, there's something in the queue, and goes and reads it. And just because there might be some errors in this process, it checks if there's anything else in the queue. And this creates an error message that pops up in the log when you're running it that I cannot get rid of, and it's in bright red. So if you ever perform with this, people will say, oh my God, you had so many errors. Actually, the errors are supposed to be there. It's just very difficult to get rid of them. Okay, object storage. It's a JSON file, which can be, oh, I said it already. So the upcoming plans for this are to write a proper database. If you go find the SCMU on it's not on GitHub anymore, I just moved it, on Codeberg, you will find part of a SQL schema for a database. I realized this morning there's a mistake in it, so don't install the database yet, but it's not using it anyway. It will be soon. This would preserve state on logout, and it would solve some extra bugs where if like Shelly creates a pet cat when I'm not logged in and I log in later, I can't see her cat, it's very sad. And then the cat disappears forever when she logs out. I mean, you don't want this to happen to your pets, right? So there are ways to export it, and that could become part of, anyway. And there is an argument to be made that this should not be peer-to-peer, and that the MU part should actually run more on the server and be a centralized thing. This loses some of the absolute weirdness of the project, and it's kind of normal and boring. And it also has its downsides because all of these objects that we're making have the ability to create sound. You create an object like a cat, and it has a description. Maybe it has a verb on it that says pet. But what the pet can do, because we're in a music language, is it can start synthesizing something that sounds like cat purring. And that's really interesting. But maybe that's relying on some parameters of like how happy the cat is feeling because it has an internal state. So if the cat's grumpy, it doesn't purr, it hisses. So you need to be able to read the parameter before you synthesize the sound. So there is some issue with like making sure everything is synchronized across everything, which anyway, we all know how that's hard. We're now going to swap to a demo, which means I need to swap over computers. Can you hold this? We're going to be super lo-fi here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the server's up. If the server is, oh, this is really lo-fi. mu.blessing.exchange. I had the idea for a cryptocurrency based on saying bless you when people sneezes, and I never made it. But I still have the URL, so This is moo.blessing.exchange. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, it says what moo is. Okay, if you see this web page, it's up, and it tells you what you need to download. So let's just reload this and make sure that it hasn't crashed. Good. It does occasionally crash. Okay, this is our super collider window. That first line, which is commented out, is what you would write to install it. This is also documented on the web page that we just looked at. And then there's this nice help file that I've got open called moo login, which tells you how to log in. Currently, the moo does not save some audio stuff, so which it will do, but right now that's all documented in this help file. So you just open it, read it, and then run the script, and it does all the audio stuff for you. So the first thing I need to do is save my name in variable A. And run all of this. And something happens. Yay. Okay, the text is really big. But okay, so you're sitting in a room different than the one from a moment ago. Alvin Lucier jokes. You start out in the lobby. We can do stuff like we can read the flyer. Oh, no, you can't read the flyer. Let's look at the flyer. Okay, cool. We support this. And then where did it say we can go? We can go north. Okay, and we find ourselves in another room. So it's named the bar. We see a description of it, and then we see a list of all the objects. If Shelly was logged in, it would also say you see Shelly is here at the top of the thing. So there's all sorts of stuff we can interact with here. I think the dog makes noise. What do I do with it? Should I pet the dog? What should I do with the dog? Yeah, so like these sounds aren't very exciting yet, but there's also all the affordances of Super Collider, and that's what's going on the right here, where it says code spaces. You can be live coding normal live code stuff there, and we can add sounds and stuff to objects. One of the things on the roadmap is to add a clock object to this so that to make sure things can sync properly. If you happen to log in, and Shelly designed all of this, there's a bunch more rooms. There's you can go fishing for bass, you catch a bass guitar. It's puns galore. I think we're basically out of time. So does anyone have any quick questions? Yeah. That would be super neat if the Noodle people wanted to show up. They're really, really invested in a language called Strudel, and I can't currently support that. But again, if this stuff moves away from running all on Super Collider and moves towards a web server, then that's an obvious possibility of incorporating that. Okay, thank you.
It's on. Oh.
No. And next up, Infrastructure as Code with Charlie O'Hara.
Hello. Oh, God, this is enormously echoey. Can we just turn it down a little bit? Hi. I've been attending OggCamp since about 2014, I think, which is when, you know, these guys were around. I was there in the days when we had Linux, not Linux lads, Linux Outlaws. Yeah, Linux lads were there. Linux Outlaws with Dan and Fo. So I'm getting used to how this works. This has gone mental, man. I just wanted to give you some facts about myself first. So I have voluntary control over my tensor tympani muscle. Does anybody know what that is? Oh, 2 people, 3 people know what it is. You are informed people. This is a skill that's called ear rumbling. Now, this is amazing because I can control the tiny, tiny muscle inside my ear. I can make a sound whenever I want to. And I'm making one right now. You can't hear it. You can't hear it because that is only hearable by me. And if you can do that, can anyone else here do it? Oh, you're freaks. You're absolute freaks. It's not normal. And if you think it's normal, welcome. You've just found out you're a mutant. If you need advice, there is actually a Reddit, I think, called Ear Rumblers. You can go there, get advice. It's all fantastic. I also live in Berlin. As you may be able to tell from my accent, though, I am from around here. My accent might slowly descend further into my native Stoke-on-Trent. Have we got any Stokies here? Thank fuck for that. Right, okay. And I've also spent some time in Liverpool, so I will eventually descend into a mashup of like Potters and Scouts and all that together. But since 2015, I've lived in Berlin. I've got lots of hobbies. I collect hairy potatoes. I've just realized I've put a giant guinea pig's anus on a screen. It's family show. We shouldn't be doing this. We've got Basil the baby. He's a lovely one. We've got Bertie. He's a lover. We've got Leon. He's a gammon. And we've got George, who was a pervert. So there you go. You know my guinea pigs now. Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah, basically. Whenever anybody shows off their guinea pigs, oh, my God, they're so amazing. They're so dynamic. No, they're just lumps. I've been inside a Large Hadron Collider. Ooh, what a show off, I know. That was intentional. I was allowed to be there. I've been to an antimatter production facility there. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that cool? But despite the rumors, I did not steal any antimatter. That is not allowed. Dan Brown told us so. But what I did steal was when Miriam Margolis helped me to steal a quack glass from a pub in central London. Does anybody know where quack glass is? There we go. We've got some camera members here. I think it was her anyway. I do remember being very drunk and like shouted at an old lady, "Are you a Blackadder or something, weren't you?" But she was nice. She was nice despite that. And I think self-hosting is very, very, very cool. One whoop there from people. I've got too many Raspberry Pis. I've got too many tiny 1-liter PCs. I've got racked servers. I'm just far too into it. And I self-host because I apparently hate myself and I'm a glutton for punishment. But there are many, many other good reasons why you should self-host. The first one is because you can own your data. I'm the type of person who I'm not that much about open source. You know, I know I say this here, but I am very much about data ownership. You know, you should always be able to own your data. You can get rid of subscriptions if you want to. You know, you can get rid of Google Docs. You don't have to be reliant on all these third-party services. You can get rid of iPhoto, whatever it is. Google, Apple, whoever it is, they should not be the people who own your data, who have it stored somewhere, because otherwise they're just going to trash it sometime, or they're going to charge you money for it or something. You can learn some cool shizer, I think, as the English call it. It's a learning opportunity. You're going to figure out how so many different things work. I didn't know anything about most of the stuff I'm going to show you until I actually just started doing it myself. I just started getting a computer together, whack some stuff onto it, and I started learning. And just most of all, it's fun most of the time until it breaks. If, like, you know, 11 o'clock at night, you have to fix something because you have promised that the latest episode of For All Mankind is going to be on there. Yes, thank you, Sci-Fi Fan. It's really easy to get started with self-hosting. Just cover that quickly. Everyone here has probably got a Raspberry Pi. Who doesn't have a Raspberry Pi? Get out. Immediately. You got some old laptops. You know, you could be like Joe up there who's got like a stack of old laptops. You probably just got, you know, an old PC somewhere. But I just urge you to self-host stuff. You know, this is vitally important. It's going to get vitally more important as time goes on. It's going to be just something you have to do. And when you do, you have to start simple. I'm looking at my notes a lot here. Sorry, everyone. I didn't realize how far the screen would be off stage. Just by start hosting something that's useful to you. So that could be replicating, you know, your cloud storage stuff in Image. Image is a really good one, really easy to get going. Show you all these afterwards. You can host your own RSS reader. I use Fresh RSS. Whatever you do, do get another app because this interface will make your eyes bleed. After a while, it's very PHP. Sorry. And, you know, you can use stuff like Jellyfin, where you can store your legally ripped DVD collections or Blu-ray or wherever it is, and definitely not anything that you've torrented. But wherever you do, notes are your friends when you're doing this, because you will not have a clue. You will not have a clue what you did. You will be, I installed something. I did something. I put a computer in a room. I did some, but I don't actually know what's happening now. You know, where did you install it? What did you install? Why do you install it? It's just, it'll irritate you after a while. But keeping these notes is really hard at the same time. It's really difficult to do that kind of thing. And it's how I started when I was doing self-hosting. I used to just keep notes. I used to just scribble stuff down, write it in a piece of paper. But what if there was something different? What if you could write your notes down and make them useful at the same time? This is a dream. Bing, 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 wow. Machines. There's obviously other tools as well. We might touch on those in a bit. But Ansible's like one of those go-to tools. It's really boring. It's really unsexy because it works, because it's stable, because it's just very useful, you know? And when you start out, your notes are going to look like this. You know, I'm always scribbling stuff down. Always, oh yeah, I have to, got SSH into this machine with this IP address. And then I've got to run something. And if you're just starting out especially, you can be like, do I use sudo? Do I don't use sudo? Where do I put these things? It's going to become a headache. And you are going to forget it at some point. It's going to be scribbled. It's going to be awful. And this is where you can use Ansible, because you can turn all those scribbled notes into something like this. This is a very simple web server. You say, I just want to ensure Nginx is installed, and I want to ensure that these config files run there. That's it. And then you can make it real just by running one command. You say, I'm going to run this playbook. That's what they call them, playbooks. And it'll happen. It'll magically be there. And this is cool. You might be saying, take my money. Take my money. I'm just going to burn all my notes now. But before I give you the matches to, set fire to things, don't set fire to things. It's not safe. I think we should explore a little bit about Ansible before that point. So, I don't work for Ansible, by the way, or anything like that. I'm not shilling for it. This is just me. I just like it. So, for example, if you wanted to set just to touch a file, just to make it exist, you would do something like this. You would do a bunch of tasks, run it. And that's really cool. But the most important thing about Ansible is that it is, how do we say this? I got 16 different versions of it there straight away. I cannot say very well. Impotent? No, indempotence, I can navigate right. But, it's definitely not anything to do with gentlemen over 50. Ooh. Sorry about that, everyone. Everyone's over 50 here. That's 90% of the audience. I just offended. Idempotence means that whenever you run something, it will only make a change the first time you run it and never again. So you can keep doing an operation over and over and over again, and it will do the same thing every single time. You're guaranteed an outcome. And that's really, really important, because you might try doing this with like some bash scripts or something like that, or you just typing out these commands, and there's a really high chance you'll mess something up. Or there'll be a side effect. It'll just be like, I'll just run this bash script I made, and it's like, oh no, I ran it in the wrong directory, and I've broken everything. When you're doing it like this, it will just make sure that change happens. And you can keep doing it over and over and over again, and you will always get the same output. So I'm going to show you some examples here of like just the basic concepts. Then we're going to have a look at a little demo. We're going to have a little live demo of this. So a playbook is like one of those tasks that we talked about. That was, I don't think I did talk about it. I didn't mention the name. But every time you do a thing, that's called a task. And a playbook is a bunch of tasks, all done in order, one after the other. And you can do things like variables. We've got something there. We've got something in curly brackets there. That is a variable in it. It's using something called Ginger. Not this, but Jinja. Comes out of a bottle. It has done for the last 30 years. You can just set some things there. So you can say there's something called app packages. That's a variable that we've got here. And you can just squirt that into the Ansible task. So now suddenly you've got not just like these tasks, but you've got a way to store variables. And you can do the same with templates or files. So you can store some like base files somewhere, you know what they are, and then just inject these things into the template as you go. If anyone remembers PHP, then this is how things used to be done. You used to have like a web page, and you used to inject some variables into it. But that gets a little bit clunky as well. You can't just have a playbook that's just full of tasks. So there is something else as well called a role, which is a collection of tasks together with those variables and some other nice things, all wrapped together so that you can just place them into a playbook and get them going. And these things are really cool because you can just like mix and match them. You can say, okay, on one computer, I'm going to have this role, and on another computer, I'm going to have that role, and you can swap them between, you can reuse them. And I use this all the time. We'll show you that in a second. And this is what the roles look like. You know, they've got some stuff in there. It's main YAML. It's like index.html on a web browser. You know, you've got some default values. You've got some metadata about it, some tasks, some templates. You don't have to have all of these. These are just useful things that you can have in there. And these are cool because, like I said, all these things are brought together at that point. They become very, very useful. And I know you might be, if you've not done this before, this might be a bit, what are you on about? This is a bit confusing. You know, I just wanted to use my, you know, just get a server set up, get it going. It seems harder than just, you know, remembering things, maybe. But it's not. You know, I'm going to show you some actuals now about this. So I'm going to go down here without falling. Didn't fall. And we're going to see how we could do this. And I'm going to do a live demo. Woo! The dreaded live demo. So you're going to see me farting around with some things on here. Excuse me while I do this. You know, blah, 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 blah. How do we do this stuff? Well, first of all, am I connected to the Wi-Fi? Yes, I am. That's absolutely fantastic. We've got the basics going. I should have checked that at the start, but I didn't because I love YOLO mode. So, right, let's do some stuff. Let's wiggle it around. Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Oh, it's getting bigger. No, there it is. Can't see. I can't do the mouse and turn my neck at the same time. There it is. Come back, boy. Come back. Come by. Come by. There we go. Right. So, who booed Mac OS? Yay, there we go. There we go. That's better. Let's do some things. Let's put some stuff on the screen. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, there we go. There's one. Love it. Let's get another one on there. Ooh, this is bigger. This is going to take longer. Hey, hoopla. And let's just put another one there for good measure. Right, okay. Oh, I didn't plan about this. Look, I'm going to turn around like this. So if I break eye contact, people, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to look at the giant screen that I can't really see. So, right, what the hell was I going to do? I was going to do a demo for you, wasn't I? Oh, no, that was it. That was it first. Let's do something else. You're all very patient people. I love you all. That's lovely. Doobie-doobie-doo. That is not what I want to be showing you. No, that would be very bad if I showed you that. That'd be awful. Come on. Come on, there you go. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a VM in the cloud. Ooh. I am going to set it up with Ansible. Where's the new button? Where's the new button on there? Bottom, thank you, people. I'm going to just create a where's it? Scrolled all over the place. Let's make it big. Oh, that's better. I can see it now. Right, I'm going to create something. That's all. It's just going to be an Ubuntu machine. Oh, it's 2404 now. Oh, wait, no, that's not the new one. That's 2604. I'm still thinking in 2004, honestly, with everything. I'm just going, like, grab some GitHub keys. And that's it. That's it. I'm just going to create it. Is it creating? It's creating. Oh, look at that. That's very cool. And we're going to try doing something. So everyone, I want you to now remember that IP address. And I will be calling on a random member of the audience to type it in. This is a test, remember? Or I could just copy it. That would be easier. So I'm going to go here. And what we're going to call it? I'm going to call it OggCamp Demo. Right. OggCamp. I can never spell OffCamp. That sounds like an agency. OggCamp Demo. Right. And I'm going to say, because this is an infrastructure, we're going to talk about this in a second. This is just where we define stuff. This is just where we define things. And because it's YAML, this is good. Everyone loves YAML and white spaces and indentation. We're going to say Ansible host. Now, what was the IP address? No, it's all right. I was joking. Perhaps. I can't remember what the IP address is either. We're going to say Ansible user. Now, this is where we're going to use some of that fancy stuff I said before. We're going to say, and oh, server username. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, let's turn this off. We don't need that. We don't need that, darlings. And we're going to say, just because I need this here, because of the peculiarity of how my thing's set up, we're going to say host name. And now I want someone to choose a host name. Hands up if you want to choose a host name. Gerald, thank you very much. It's going to be called Gerald. Thank you. And we're going to go and do some stuff here. Now I'm going to SSH. This is SSH is a way of connecting to other computers, for those who don't know. And because you have exactly the same naming style as I do for machines, I'm going to SSH into Malcolm. Malcolm is one that I have at home. And we're going to go to code. We're going to go to Awful Woman and infra. OK. We're at a live point. What could we do? So I'm going to say Ansible playbook. Ooh. Playbooks, because we said the command Ansible playbooks. We're going to say we're looking in playbooks. We're going to say OggCamp. Oh, wait, no, we don't need that. No, I'm a complete liar. Ubuntu, what we're going to do is create a user. Right, we're going to create a user on that machine, and let's hope this works. It's not gone red yet. Ooh, way! The first step, we've done it. So we've just used a playbook to create a user on that machine. I've created one of my standard users. It's just called Awful, because it's awful. And we're going to clear that, and we're going to try something else. We're going to do Ansible playbook again. We're going to say playbooks. We're going to say OggCamp this time. Ooh, if you were at OggCamp. Well done. Some of you were awake. And we're going to say, what's that say? Basic Ubuntu. I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see. Let's see if this works. Oh, I want you to maintain this for the entire time that this playbook is running, which is perhaps a couple of minutes. So I'm going to show you some stuff while this is running, and this machine, which has never been used before. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Yeah, that's cool, that's cool. We're going to have a look at some things while we're here. We're going to have a look at some things. So I talked about all that stuff, and one of the things we talked about there was the inventory. And you saw me type it into this bonkers file there. And this is an inventory of everything on my home network. This is done as code, or YAML, which is near as good as code in this case. So you can see I have, in this group of machines, a few different ones. I started out very serious with my naming, and it started out with things like host storage, and then just devolved into stuff like Malcolm, Dee Dee, and Belinda, which means I can never remember what the machines are, but no, I can't. I can never remember what they are. By the way, I'm going to put this here, and if you see it complete, I want you to shout, "It's behind you." Ah, very good, young man. So this inventory is just where you define things, and you can do it by group. So I've got a group of machines, devices, whatever you want to call it, all defined here. And that's called infra. It's just a general group. I've got some stuff where I define all my Ubuntu servers. I've got a place where I define all of my macOS servers. Don't boo. I've got a place where I say what things relate to home automation, which things use ZFS. ZFS is cool. If you don't know about it, go learn about it. You know, and more groups, blah, 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 all doing different things. And all of this is just to show you that you can group things together in this. And you can see some of those same groups reflected here, you know, and because it's all attached, all of these things like connect together, you can then go, oh, okay, right, everything that's in that infra group, I can define a bunch of variables for it. And you can put them all in one place. Or if it's in the site deployment group, you can say, oh, there's a bunch, oh, we'll come to that later. That is a real thing. It's meant to look like that. Blah, blah, blah. And you can see those individual hosts we talked about. They're represented there. I typed it directly into, I shouldn't be looking at this at an angle with my contact lenses. I'm going blind slowly as I do this. You see that each of those devices we defined have also got like an equivalent one for that machine, for that device. And you can do the same again. So it's not just for groups, but for the individual thing, you can define a bunch of different stuff. And this is for a little Raspberry Pi that I have sitting with a friend. I've got that one attached to Ubuntu Pro. Ooh, Vira Magic thing. Oh, is it behind me? Oh, children, you were so helpful. Thank you. And hurrah, that's Run. Oh, we're all going to the wedding together. Oh, wonderful. Oh, we should all do Panto. We should have a Linux-based Panto. That'd be fantastic. Oh, Badoom. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, bloody legend. Let's see what other things we can look at. Okay, so I've shown you that. I've shown you that. I should also turn off my notifications because I'm getting notifications on here about stuff, but we'll ignore them for now. We've shown you to it in action. We've looked at the inventory. Oh, let's look at the roles. Roles are cool. Where's my mouse gone? It's here. Ah! Oh, look at that. The more you shake it, the bigger it gets. Is this? You've just evolved into Panto. You've really embraced it, haven't you, straight away? Oh. Right, okay, so roles. Roles, like bread rolls, no. Like Rolls Royce, no. These are Ansible roles. And these are those compositions of things I talked about, the little groupings of stuff. And this is what I use all the time at home to manage everything. So, for example, let's pick a really simple one. System. There you go. System. PowerTop. There you go. There's one that I use occasionally just to install PowerTop onto a machine. And because that's not as simple as saying apt install, because it's got it's got a service attached to it and things like that, I've got some things defined there. Maybe SmartMon tools as well. So you can see I've got some like templates defined. Let's make this bigger. Let's make this bigger, everyone. You can't see. We've got some stuff on there. We've got some tasks that say, make sure that that file defined here exists on the remote server. It's got some debug stuff, and it sets up a cron job that like updates database. You know, that's a really silly one. But if anyone's got a role that they'd like to look at, shout it out now. Client notes. Oh, what a lovely request that is. That was all the way at the top. You memorized that, didn't you? Oh, well done. You also memorized an IP address. This is very good. So this is a good place perhaps to talk about how I define things, because remember, this is my setup. Yours might look completely different. The only things you need are those roles, those playbooks, and those tasks. But how you create them, how you organize them together is completely up to you. So I decided to do things like prefix stuff with kind of a rough grouping. So I've got like all the Ansible-related things, any automations I want to install, things related to bootstrapping servers. You saw that one run over there. That's just like my normal bootstrapping Ubuntu server. Compositions, that's just a really poncy way of saying Docker Compose. But I just wanted, it sounded cool, like composition. System level stuff, so that's just things that get installed to the system itself. It might as well be MISC, honestly, at this point. And then things that relate to virtual machines or specific users. So going back to clients, there was a client and server one. So that's the best way I could figure out of like joining things that are clients versus things that are servers, and mixing them up together. So this is client nut. Young person at the front asked to see client nut. Possibly, I don't know why, for bad reasons, good reasons, we don't know why. Completely innocent reasons, wonderful. And this is a thing that sets up what does NUT stand for. I forgot a network, utility time, Tonka, what was it? Yes. Was that your response? Yes. Yes, again. You can't just say the word yes again. Always got to read me. Hey, I forgot to do readmes. Oh, and they're really important when you have a Git repo because it reminds you what things stand for. This is network UPS tools. Oh, you were saying UPS, not just the word yes. Oh, I thought you were having a stroke. Bloody hell. Network nuts is a way of just setting up a UPS so it has alerts. So if you have a UPS in a system, uninterruptible power supply. I'm going so quickly into acronyms here, but it's okay, Charlie. Don't freak out. Uninterruptible power supplies can send out a signal just saying, oh, I'm freaking out. I've lost the power. Oh, no. Turn off the servers. And that's all that this does. It just handles that. And there's probably further down, there's a server nut one. I'm saying the word nut too much. There's lots of other things in there. Like what else were we going to talk about? I'm just going to bring my mouse over here. What? Guinea cams. Have I got one cooking? Oh, we have. I've got one called guinea cams. Bloody hell. That was a short-lived attempt to set up a bunch of cameras to watch my guinea pigs, as you might have guessed from the name. Have I got README? God, that looks really professional, doesn't it, for something that's just watching like 4 rodents bumming each other constantly. I tried to get it set up. It turns out that USB really does not support that many webcams on it. You can get like maybe 2 at a time. So I gave that up. But thank you for noticing it. The one that it doesn't work. That's my most important one. This is composition. Remember, it's just a Docker Compose thing. So this sets up a Docker Compose for Home Assistant. You can see the main template there. That's the Docker Compose one. It's got all those lovely variables interpolated. I use the word interpolated in front of people. I feel like a grown-up. Oh, that's cool. It just sets up the basic thing. It does some tasks like whack those files into different areas. So it's, you might need some apt packages associated, so it installs them too. And it also registers the subdomain on my network. so that whenever I set this up, I can just reuse this role on another machine, set the subdomain, and it's all good to go, so it doesn't conflict. I think that's cool. Mom says I'm cool. And then playbooks. Playbooks, we saw those playbooks before. I've lost the mouse again. Come back, you little bugger. Let's go look at the playbooks. Oh, there's so many different playbooks. I've got some utility ones that might just reboot all the machines. That's all. It'll just SSH into, because this is the important thing. I don't think I explained this. Ansible doesn't need anything installed on your servers. It just SSHs in and runs some commands. So it's really lightweight, and you can just SSH in and just run the reboot command. And because that might be different between different machines, it gives you a generic thing that handles it. How am I doing for time, by the way? Right, you've thrown me off now. I could run upgrade on everything, and you can see here it says hosts. You tell it what group you want it to target, so that might be a whole bunch of things. You can give it just a few hosts that you want to run it on. It doesn't really matter. You can just make it do what you want. I've even got ones for just run brew upgrade on my Macs. And this is really important, I think, actually. So, God, I need to take a Ritalin. Sorry, I've got some in my pocket. It'd be unprofessional to take them in front of you now. Severe ADHD. I have severe ADHD. I'm bouncing around like a moose on a trampoline here, mentally. So I mentioned, what did I mention just then, 5 seconds ago? Before that, very good, but before that, did I mention templates? Playbook. I think we were on playbooks, weren't we? But there was something really cool and important I was going to tell you, but I've forgotten what it is. We're going too far back now. No, this is it. No, we'll be going back to the start of time if we go down this route. But it's really good. You can stick all these things on there. You can do whatever you want. You can define them how you want. You can just, the possibilities are endless. It's like a little Lego set that lets you set up and run everything. And I've just remembered what I was going to say. Perfect. Bang. Yes. SSHing. The problem is, right, with using Ansible, and maybe I was going to say this later, but Charlie, just skip ahead. It doesn't matter. Just skip ahead in the talk. If you start mixing and matching with Ansible and doing your own commands, there's a weird period where it can get a bit funky, because I'm someone who is really obsessive, and I run everything through this. I don't ever SSH in and mess with stuff, because as soon as you do that, you've got configuration drift. And it'll start being oh, why did this happen? It's not in the playbook. Why did this happen? Oh, so don't do that. Top tip, don't do that. So there's this weird period when you start using it, where you're like, oh, cool, I can just mix and match it. And you start messing everything up. So don't do that. There's my top tip. Use Ansible, but don't do that, right? I think it's time. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. No, vaults, secrets. Come back. Goodbye. I did show a few things with really weird-looking stuff in there. So, for example, this is all public, okay? And I've got all of my passwords, all of my usernames, all of my secrets and stuff in this public repo. But, because I've used encryption on it, I can just store those files in there. And it is really cool, because I can still reference those variables, but they just get what's the word for opposite for encrypted? Hash crypted. Decrypted. Thank you, sensible person. Decrypted and converted back into variables that can be used. So I can still have all of this stuff. I've got all the passwords, everything in there. I did scare myself once by accidentally letting a machine get compromised, because I just put out a new virtual host out in the public, and I deployed my password onto there, and it got compromised and runs a botnet. So I really had to go and change all of these so quickly. Never do that. It's the most sphincter-inducing thing ever. So they're really cool. They're really cool. They're amazing. I'm going to show you another thing. I'm going to try another thing, darlings. I am going to do something else on here. And where is it gone? There's a little special thing for the next 10 minutes. We're going to try to put a composition on there. And we're going to call it composition, OggCamp. Ooh. And this is a little special composition that I made just 10 minutes before this. I'm trying not to burp into a microphone here. None of you would appreciate that. Composition OggCamp. Where is it? Red! Amazing. That, I haven't got a README because I'm not that professional. That will, what's it do? Oh, it clones the OggCamp site repository. It builds it. It makes a compose file, and then it registers the subdomain. Thank you, one gasp. We're going to try do that. We're going to try do this live to see if it happens. And it's going to put it as a subdomain of my website. So I've put in the new file. Oh, God, I'm jiggling about here. What was it called? It's a bunch of composition OggCamp. I've saved that. Wonderful. And I'm going to rerun the alien hieroglyphics over there. I can't see. I've lost all my things. Does that say Ubuntu? Basic Ubuntu. Wonderful. Thank you. Let's run it, people. Let's run it. Ooh, again. I wouldn't go down this route, honestly. You'll be out of breath. This is going to do the same stuff again. So we're running that playbook again. And you can see it's all green this time because nothing has changed. Nothing has changed on there. It's just lots of cool things that I can't read. Oh, that's lovely. But it's going to start doing some other stuff afterwards. So while it does that, boop, 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 boop. I need to get to my notes. Hello. Going to look at this, going to do that. Right, I'm going to carry on with the talk while this runs, apparently, according to my notes. Oh, right, cool. Okay, so let's get that up and running. Let's, where's it gone? This is as tense view as it is for me. I have lost the actual presentation screen. So I'm going to stop this. I'm going to run it again. Hey, there it is. Hoorah. So I'm going to urge you, just go and try it out. That's what I'm saying here. And the reason I was talking was because I've just remembered, where's that bloody mouse gone? Because I wanted to, come on, shrink for me, baby. There we go. We're going to have these on at the same time. We're going to just have that there and show you that. Okay. Again, shout out. If it ends, do the pantomime thing. There's loads of ways you can learn about this. You can go and look at my repo, which was up there somewhere, but I'm sure you can find it again. Just type Ansible, playbooks into Google, Ansible, whatever, and you'll get loads and loads of examples out there. The site is, the stack is so well documented, it's unreal. There are extra stuff out there, like people have pre-made loads of things for you called, and there's a thing called Ansible Galaxy. It's a galaxy of things, of possibilities, which allows you to just download roles that people have made. And that could be stuff like securing your website. It could be stuff like installing Nginx. It could be whatever. You've got a really humongous setup for this because I can get slightly obsessive over things when I enjoy them. But you don't have to do that. It could just be like a few files, a playbook, and you've got a way of recording how your setup works. And that is, you know, really, really useful. It's okay to start messy and to start to refactor things later. Again, this all lives in a Git repo. So you can just, you know, you can roll back, you can see how you've grown, you can change things. I just found my notes where I said about that in-between stage. This is where I was going to say it. But that's okay, let's skip over. Where to go next? If you want to try it, just whack it onto a machine of your own. Use some of the public hosting companies if you want to. I don't know why you would, but you can do that kind of thing. Although you can. Like my entire personal website is hosted on this, for example. I've got another Hetzner box on there. This setup via Ansible. We could delete that now, and I could recreate. Ooh, shall we do that? No, let's do it! In the spirit of ADHD, let's do things. Oh, this will be cool. Yes. Is my backup server offline? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that's offline. Yeah. That's a very left field question. That's fantastic. Oh, it's behind you. It's in front of me. It's to the side of me. It's everywhere. Where did I put this? Oh, let's go have a look. I've lost the browser. Where's the browser? That's the browser. Oh, let's try it. OggCamp.awfulwoman. Oh, I've tried this before. Let's see if it works this time. Oh, no, it worked. It's just the let's encrypt thing hasn't done yet. So I'm just going to skip that. I'm going to just bugger it. Let's go there. Oh, woo! So that's how cool these things can be. You can just I wouldn't remember how to do that. I wouldn't be able to figure it out at all. But I'm really taken with this idea of deleting my website. I'm going to do it. Oh, this is how I've got to where I am in life, by just absolutely ignoring everything that says, no, Charlie, don't do that. Where does it live? Where's it live? Where's it live? I don't know, mate. Let's figure it out. This is it. This is my public server. Right, I'm deleting it. Where's the delete? Where's delete? Oh! I don't know. I'm doing it. I've done it! Oh! I'm brave. I'm bloody brave. Stupid and brave. So I need to bring this here so I can go. The second... I don't know what's happening. I'm scared. As I say, check. Right, I've got another machine called DD because... no, I can't spell SSH. DD. Can someone confirm that my website's down? It's down. Thank you. He's dead. He's knackered. So this is another machine. Come on, log in. This is a little Raspberry Pi somewhere that I use for... What do I use it for? I've forgotten. Terraform, public infrastructure. Right, so it's not just Ansible. There's other stuff out there. There's one called Terraform. And what's the difference between Terraform and Ansible? Ansible configures things that are there. Terraform makes things be there. Ooh. So we're going to run, and because I've got it set up on there, weirdly, my Terraform is set up by my Ansible, and it's going to create the site. Yeah, it's all cool. It's all cool. Terraform apply. Yeah. I forgot how to do it. Terraform apply. Let's see if it brings it back. Right. This can set up your machines and stuff in the cloud. Oh, cool. Oh no, I didn't type yes. You have to type the word yes in Terraform, otherwise it gets a big snoot on you. Yes. Ja, danke. Oh, look, it started creating it in the background. Ooh, that's cool. Let's see if this works. Honestly, I didn't like the website anyway. It sucked. Blah, 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 blah. You can see I'm really good with naming things. Like that one's just called that's just called Mike and stuff like that. Come on. Yeah, you're still modifying. Yeah. All right, it's done. Look, I've got a new server. Oh, that's dead cool. Let's try and run. What were we going to run? We were going to run. Oh, I got logged out. Oh, wait, no, I logged in from the other one. Oh, this is what most meetings are like with me, honestly. At work, it's terrible. I get shouted at. We're going to run. No, it'll probably work, mate. It'll probably work. I don't know. Oh, I can. Thank you, person, for like acknowledging your needs and vocalizing them out loud. That's very important in this life. Virtual, what have I got in here? I've got one called Core. Let's just run that, see what happens. I don't care. Oh, it's running. It's doing something. Come on, lads. Might take a while. No one else here was from Stoke-on-Trent, were they? Does anyone know where Stoke-on-Trent is? I love that you put up your hands. Yeah, I do. I'm not sure, honestly, at this point. Life is a bit different, like moving. You know when it just does nothing there? I'll come back to that in a second. When it does nothing there, it is doing something. It's just Ansible is really shit. They won't show you what it's doing right now. It will only show you what's been done in the past. But look, it's done some stuff. Oh, that's cool. Stoke-on-Trent is. Have you ever heard of the drug monkey dust? It's basically what happens in Stoke-on-Trent. That's all that happens there. So that's why I live in Berlin. No. Manchester, though. Manchester's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, it's amazing. You know, it's got blue skies. You've got red bricks everywhere. You don't know how much you miss red bricks until you live in a country without red bricks. They just don't have red bricks, and I love it here. What else you got? I used to go to the Industrial Museum when I was a kiddie. I used to come up from Stoke and go to the Industrial Museum here. Is that still open? Is it? Oh, I might go. No, I can't. I'm going home on Monday. I used to go to Dodgell Bank as well. Loved it. That was me, basically, in a nutshell as a kid. What's that? You went to Dodgell Bank yesterday. Is it still pointing at the sky? Because if it's not, something's gone really wrong if it's not pointing at the sky. Somebody's house is just getting lasered like that. Bang! No, it's not, because it's actually a receiver for radio waves and not any kind of laser or maser installation. It's doing stuff. We're getting there. I'd like a progress bar. If I could ask anything, I know they can't do this, but I would do a progress bar. Hang on, just taking a photo here. There's a squirrel. Oh, it's a beaver. There's a beaver on the young man there. Quick. I don't know. Oh, right, in that sense. Oh, I think you meant like the Large Hadron Collider or something. No. So it can knacker itself by stopping halfway through. That's why if I run this, I normally do from like a TMUX session, running on like a stable host or something, not just directly from a laptop or something. It can really mess it. Oh, what's that pink? Whoa. Oh, no. Ignoring, that's okay. Oh, you were really rooting for it to go wrong then, weren't you? You bastards. I was doing something with ZFS. Oh, that's cool. I did write all this. I can't remember any of it. Go on, quiet. Let's just do questions. Come on. What's your name, sweetheart? What's your name? Alex. Hello, Alex. Ask your question again before I interrupt you.
Ansible took cost from it, IP address. How inventory was updated, basically.
Oh, I just cheated a bit. I've got a floating IP address assigned in Hetzner. so that it always goes to the same IP address. Because, right, a floating IP address is just like a stable one. Because normally when you create a virtual machine, it gets a new IP address, and nobody wants that, because all your domain names and stuff won't work. So I cheated and just had a little static one set up there. I say cheated, it was just because I was messing up my website so much on a regular basis. I needed to, all the way at the back there. Hang on, microphone. What?
I was just asking, in Stoke-on-Trent, do you always test in production?
Yeah. But also, we don't know what computers are. Yourself. Hang on. Ooh, it's coming.
I noticed in the Home Assistant one, it pulled like the Home Assistant image. How does that work? Because I thought Ansible just edits an existing VM, but I like...
Home Assistant image?
Yeah, there was like an image to like...
Oh, image. I think you meant image like the thing I said earlier.
No, like a virtual machine image. So how does that work? Because I thought Ansible edits an existing machine and puts it to a configuration.
Oh, no, it's just a Docker image.
Yeah, so does it like... Because like Home Assistant also has their own image that they release. So is it just like
so Home Assistant, if anyone doesn't know, go and get into Home Assistant. I did a talk on this last time. It is, as the young person says, really fucking good. It has an operating system version, which is the VM, and it has a container version. And I'm just running the containers on there. Yeah, it's cool. Go on, second question. Go on, go for it. Into the microphone.
right. Do you ever use like Packer or stuff like that to actually do VM creation, like to do custom VM creation?
No, and it's something I've looked at. I was messing around with using libvirt for a while. There's a Terraform provider for libvirt that allows you to create machines. They just ran really badly on the hardware I have. It's like an old, like 8th gen Intel processor that I've got in there, and it just really couldn't support the VMs for some reason, even though I've got like 64 gig of memory in that machine.
So what do you use as your starting VMs?
I don't use VMs that much, actually. I use, this is real, if no one is interested in Docker, then, you know, walk out. I don't use VMs generally. I just kind of run Dockers directly on the metal. I would like to. I'd like to be in that position to do it, because I think I could just group like a VM for all the like media stuff, a VM for, you know, different things, but I don't, you know. Behind that. My site's back up. What do we shout? Thank you. I love that. So it's doing things. It's just doing stuff in the background now. But let's confirm it. Who are you? What's your name? Sam. Oh, I thought you were someone I knew called Chris. That would have been really weird that you weren't in Berlin. Awful woman. Hey! Hoopla! Yeah, so it's cool. Right, go home. Oh, don't go home, stay. Are there any more questions? Another question there. Ian. Hey!
I applaud, oh good Lord, I applaud your amazing skills in structuring your YAML files. I have no idea how you managed to not just cram everything into one file. But...
Thank you. Ooh, I didn't know there was a excess. But yes, kind of go.
My own playbooks tend to be a little more disorganized. But all of your roles are hand-rolled. I didn't see any mention of Gillen Guy or anybody else. Is there a reason why?
Because he really hates, like, women, I think. Sorry if that's libelous. No, he loves women.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was an example of a person that does stuff. You mentioned Ansible Galaxy. Do you not pull anything from Ansible Galaxy?
I do occasional stuff. There is what do I do? Yes, there are some roles I use. I think there was one called there was one for called null mailer in there. Yes, and Tailscale especially, because a Tailscale is astonishingly hard to set up on remote headless machines, so I use a role to do that for me. But the vast majority of stuff is like hand rolled. Some of it's a bit stolen, but you know, in a good way. I have used AI to do some of it. Don't boo me. Right, I'm fucking fighting you in the car park later on, right? But I do use it sometimes. But you know, mainly because I have to for my job and I need to learn the shit. But yeah, it's mainly handwritten. Yeah.
Artisanally crafted.
What?
Artisanally crafted.
Artisanally crafted. There we go. I'm going to put that in the README. Thank you so much. Are we done for time?
I'm afraid we are.
Oh.
But fear not, because the fun is only just beginning. The Open Rights Group are sponsoring a happy hour at the bar from 7 p.m.
Ooh.
And for every person who joins, the tab gets extended.
Hey! I honestly thought you were going to say they were sponsoring me, but
And
no.
we also have a pub quiz.
We have a pub quiz, everyone.
Are you a big quizzer?
Yeah, I'm in a pub quiz every Monday. We won an €800 jackpot the other week. There was 6 of us. It wasn't that much money in the end.
Well, if you
There's
can get
no
6
money,
of
there's
you,
no prize, there's not.
if you can get 6 people together,
Yeah.
much lower stakes in here
Here,
later
this room.
at 8 p.m.
Will you turn the heating up? Because I'm bloody nipping out here. This is ridiculous in here. There's no commitment on there. No, they love it being cold in here. It's like a meat locker. Look at it. It's ridiculous. It's it's a punishment. Right, is that it? Are we done? Yeah?
Yeah.
Woo!
And then we'll see everyone bright and early in here, 10 a.m. tomorrow.